kwa sababu bendera itaendelea kupepea kwa uhuru. Kwa sababu kupepea ni mikono iliyokushika inatuongezea thamani kwa majirani waliotuzunguka. Naisikia rohoni ya upendo.
Yes, sawa sawa. Yes, wageni walikwa, viongozi mbalimbali, karibuni sana ndani ya chuo kikuu cha Dodoma. Karibuni sana ndani ya convocation ya 16 ya chuo kikuu cha Dodoma, mkutano wa jumuiya ya wahitimu wa chuo kikuu cha Dodoma. Tutakwenda kujadili mambo ambayo yataleta mustakabali kwa chuo, kwa vijana, lakini pia kwa taifa. Yes,
Kakazana mwenu hawakujali mateso ulichodhani kesho. Yes, sisi watoto zawadi yake nitaitunza. zawadi ya pekee nitaitunza. Wakasikilizana wakasema, "Ewe Tanzania, sibadili mwendo, tulinde tudumishe Tanzania, chozi na jasho tukaze na mwendo, tuiwaze kesho ya ndugu zetu wadogo." Toa energy drink nipe supu ya kada mpaka kikoma na teta mchirifu mdumange vai kumuheza ekechi mungu numjisi ya mambenge tapechega tosi kieka machalari akusewe chani.
Wafani kiweka sipona inafanya
I never wanted to be. I'm the God in time, but it seems I'm a thousand to hurting. You never let me go. You got to make that OG company. It's nice, you limit why you keep body. I just wanna swing in your battery. You know, just touching. Dari flower to Julia, Mari Tamas Gunia, Wali Bottom to Julia, Etu Bastica, Mucha, Elizabeth, Amoja Moja, but I tell you, and food, not all I get for sure. You know, when I think sing is so but so like many times so this about kids being I know how I do just in the book out take it can't be not so I can't really mind to do with me learning it one follow what if it's on I so it's a new business um it's not wewe Mungu uliyeshindwa. Oh Bwana, ninajua uwezo wako, kuwa wewe usiyeshindwa. Ninajua
which will be the convocation annual general meetings. And during the first part, we expect that we are going to have different presentations that will be made here. We have different speakers, about 4 or 5, who will make different presentations. And after the presentations, we shall is done, we shall continue. UDOM staff who are already with us, please, we would like you to take the front seats. If you are sitting at the back, please may you front seats. Okay? If there is a vacant seat in front of you, please make sure that is occupied first. Those who come late, they will take the back seat. So please, UDOM staff, I understand that this space here is designated for UDOM staff. Please, let us take the front seats. By the time we start, we don't want to have these gaps. Once again, please, UDOM staff, we would like you to take the front seats. Heads of department, please come to the front seats. I think we still where Professor Kibusi is. Deans, directors, principals, that's their row, where Professor Kibusi is. And the next row, please, all heads of departments, wherever you are, if you're seated somewhere else, please come and take your position here. Otherwise, all other staff, we take the seats that we follow after. Please. UDOM staff who are seated at the back, please, we would like you to come to the front. Not long from now, we expect to start our program. What to choir? AMS, please. Very good. DJ.
Anybody will fight you, and they come there already know. I'll be right beside you, like the wall of Jericho. They don't know, they don't know, they don't know what's going on. When I kiss you, when I kiss you, when I kiss you, baby girl. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting better in kung fu. You should know I got it, and you don't need to get with you. I'll be right beside you in anything that you do. If you ever need to, I'm running to you, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
When I'm looking for trouble, it's 'cause I know that I got you. When you go face everybody go, and it's because of your own. I know the time that I'm out of control. You never let go. Like this, like this, like this, my baby. See all the battles you'll be fighting, and I'll be right there with you. I may be small, but I'm mighty, and I go on and on. And anybody waits at me, yeah, nobody will pull it at me. And if I ever say, I'll be running to you.
Running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you.
You go check for me.
Anywhere that you go to, you don't need to follow anything you want. Anytime you call me, baby, I'm on my side. And if you want me, come, I'm on. Tell me what you want, baby, say I can keep my If they wanna be the Judas, if they wanna be the Pharaoh, me I cannot play loyal, me I cannot do that.
Okay, let us be on our feet please. Tusimame tupokee viongozi wetu wanapoingia. Let us be on our feet now. We shall put our hands together to applaud them as they come in. DJ, give us a soft music that invites them to this hall. Thank you. Welcome all and the members of the high table who would like to take your seats, please. And all others, please let us take our seats now. Once again, welcome to the 16th Convocation Annual General Meeting. And right now we are going to start our program. And to start with, I would like to say that our program was projected and we shall begin with the introductions. And these are going to be made by Professor Albino Tenge, Secretary to the Convocation, who is also the DVC PFA. And so this time I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Secretary to the Convocation to the podium, who is going to make some introductions, and after that he will invite the President of the Convocation for some remarks. And when the President of the Convocation is done with his remarks, he will also invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Lugano Kusiluka, for the welcoming remarks. So this time, without any further delay, I would like you to invite to the podium Professor Albino Tenge, Secretary to the Convocation. For the introductions. You're welcome.
President of the Convocation, Mr. Lidia Diteni, Vice Chancellor, University of Dodoma, Professor Lugano Kusiluka, Deputy Vice Chancellor, responsible for academic research and consultants, Professor Raza Kirokina, our keynote speaker, Mr. Mtambalike, panelist speakers who are present, deans and the principals, heads of academic unity, academic and administrative members of staff, students of University of Dodoma, our alumni, representatives of various organizations, media personnel, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 16th, the University of Dodoma Convocation and General Meeting. But to those who are coming from outside Dodoma, I also welcome you to the University of Dodoma and the Dodoma in general. Mr. President, before we proceed, let me formally recognize and introduce our invited guests and the participants to this annual general meeting of Convocation. We have our Vice Chancellor, Professor Lugano Kusiluka. We have our President, Mr. Terry. We have the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Consultants, Professor Zaki. We have our Keynote Speaker, Mr. Jimaine Mtambalike. Also, we have panel speakers, Mr. Bashir Harun, Advocate Joseph Gideon. We have Mr. Kilabu Kihama. We have principals and the deans from University of Dodoma, from both the academic and administrative units. We have heads of academic units. We have members of academic staff and administrative staff. We also honored to have UDOM alumni. We have students of this university. We have invited guests from various organizations. We have mining company, CMS. Also we have IRC. Mr. President, after this introduction, let me thank you all for accepting our invitation and sparing time to participate in this gathering of 16th University of Dodoma Convocation meeting. Special thanks to our President for your time of being with us, but also we have special thanks for your contribution in mobilizing resources for our special needs students, and it is one of the issues that we are going to report in this annual general meeting. But also I thank the Vice Chancellor for being with us, but also for guidance on various issues related to convocation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering here for annual general meeting of the convocation under the theme. Our theme is entrepreneurship, harnessing industrial linkages to drive skills development and job creation. The main purpose of convocation gathering basically is to connect students, alumni, and the staff with the university. And this particular connection, it is an opportunity to discuss various issues for development and support the university in various development plans and strategies. It is also an opportunity to foster university industrial linkage, which is very important in making our university graduates employable and our education relevant. In this gathering, we'll also get an opportunity to reflect the progress on what we achieved last time. In line with this main purpose, our program today has already been highlighted, will include keynote speech, panel discussion, and the annual general meeting. Also, we present prizes and awards to best students, and there will be a session of presentation of donated facilities to students with special needs. Once again, I welcome you all to this gathering, and I look forward to your participation for the betterment of our university. I now take this opportunity to welcome our President for a word and inviting the Vice Chancellor for welcoming remarks. Thank you for attention.
Good morning. Good morning. Professor Lugano Kusiluka, Vice Chancellor of the University of Dodoma, Professor Razak Lokina, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Consultancy, Professor Albino Tenge, the Secretary of the Convocation, also the Vice Chancellor, PFA, Ndugu Jumanne Tambalike, who is our keynote speaker, distinguished members of the Convocation, members of the university management, university staff, students, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me a great honor and humility to stand before you. And because it is my first time to stand before this convocation, allow me to express my gratitude for the community of the University of Dodoma and the Convocation for entrusting me with the responsibility as the President of the Convocation for the period of 2024-25 to 2027-28. I have taken this responsibility with humility, and I would like to commit before you and before our leaders here that I will do my best to support and serve this community and the advancement of our prestigious university. And this meeting is special to me because it is also my first annual general meeting as the leader of this convocation. The convocation here remains to be a very important pillar for the university in bringing together collective wisdom, experiences, voice of graduates, and academic staff. And one of the things that I would like to congratulate Professor Kusiluka and his team is also bringing in the voice of business and investors and employers to this discussion as well. And as we will witness in the keynote address as well as the panel discussions later. This attests that UDOM continues to be at the forefront of not only our country's reform and our country's progress, but also to become a relevant institution that contributes to the development and transformation of our country. As we move forward, our leadership of the convocation will focus on strengthening unity within the convocation, enhancing communication, and ensuring that this body contributes not only to academic excellence, good governance, the development of the university, as well as the development of our country. Let us use this platform together so that we can shape the future not only of the university, but also of the country. I thank you for making time to be here today, and I wish you fruitful and successful deliberations. And on this note, allow me to welcome Professor Lugano Kusiluka, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dodoma, to address this community.
Good morning. I'm not hearing you, maybe because I'm old. Good morning. Yeah, at least for old people like me, that would be good enough to make me here. our President of the Convocation and the Executive Director of the Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zones Authority, Mr. Moderator, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Research and the consultants, Professor Lokina, Professor Tenge, the Secretary of the Convocation and the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor for Planning, Finance and Administration, our keynote speaker, Mr. Jumaine Tambalike, our panelists, Mr. Harun Bashir, Labi Kilahama, and Advocate Gideon, principals, deans, and directors, heads of departments and units, members of the UDOM Convocation, students and future members of the Convocation, distinguished guests, members of the press, and ladies and gentlemen. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Let me first of all thank you, all of you, for finding time to come and join us for this 16th annual general meeting of the Convocation. It takes time to build convocations because you need to inspire all our graduates to always remember about their home. And I can see, and the Tanzanians usually wait until they start hearing speeches and then they start actually coming into the venues, which is not the best of ways of actually participating in meetings, because as a university, time should be of essence to us. But it is my honor to welcome all of you to the University of Dodoma and for participation in the 16th Convocation Annual General Meeting, which is held today. We are here to celebrate the academic achievements of this university, which is reflected in the achievements of the alumni, including our president. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, for being appointed by Excellency the President to be the CEO of TISEZA. And this is important because TISEZA is a merger of two authorities, and any of the CEOs would have actually become the founding MD of TISEZA. But I think it is because you are trained, you are a UDOM graduate, and UDOM graduates are always good. And that's why I think the President saw those elements in you and decided to appoint you there. And as your alma mater, we are very proud to see you in that position, and you have demonstrated to us, as it will be actually confirmed later, that you are the right person to be the president of the Convocation of the University of Dodoma in this particular time. And I thank you very much, the panelists, for taking time to come. I'm not sure how many of them they're going to say when they're standing here actually ever came into this hall, which is called the Chimwaga Hall. And maybe we don't know what the expectations when they were invited, but at least one good thing, even without knowing the type of the people are going to meet, through the letters through the alphabets in our letters, they decided to join us. So let us clap for them. We really appreciate it. And the executive committee of the Convocation purposely decided that this time, probably, we don't need pure academics to address the Convocation. The dynamics of the world currently, really, they need a mix of texts about how to conquer the world. And we thought, that being the case, let us get the views of people who are out there, whom, when you are in a university environment, you think they are struggling, while later they are enjoying themselves. But when they look at us in the universities, we seem to be enjoying ourselves, while actually we're probably also struggling looking for better opportunities. So it's a good combination, and we thought this theme, entrepreneurship for the future, harnessing industrial linkages to drive skills development and job creation. Universities are challenged by this one. At every forum, this is the expectation of everybody who interacts with the university, that we should produce entrepreneurs in whatever fields. We should produce people who can join the world and start producing wealth. And we know that across the globe, economies nowadays are being engineered and reshaped by the power of innovation and entrepreneurial thinking. It is not a simple question of acquiring knowledge and having a paper, code a degree. If that one does not translate into a job, it does not translate into one salary, then you have to think twice. Who have the opportunity of coming to universities, the expectations of those whom we have left behind are that we are going to contribute to our personal growth, but also making them grow. And therefore it is expected that we will apply our knowledge to create jobs, to create wealth, to create employment. And we are supposed to be the ones who are like a torch for the future. And we know as our university, conventionally, we made from an elitist point of view that I'm learned, I'm trained, I can lecture, I can tell people things to do. But after several years of not doing what you are lecturing, you realize that you actually yourself don't know much about what you're talking about. Now this is the challenge, and this is what we should embrace now. That our duty, apart from standing our lecture halls in the theaters, educating people, is to demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that we can actually produce a transformative generation. A generation which sees the future in the wealth, particularly for a country like this one, which is very wealth. A generation which is not very proud, is certainly supposed to be happy of the qualification, but that should not be the source of a lifelong pride. The lifelong pride should depend on the evidence that how many other people have benefited from my having spent some years in the university. How many of us will turn into industrialists? How many of us will be job creators and entrepreneurs? We have a particular advantage by having come to the university and learned a lot. So instead of the former graduate who would be very proud with a white-collar job and searching for white-collar jobs which are not there anymore, and finishing a lot of energy in those, we should prepare a courageous group of our students who will be ready to demonstrate to a colleague who was in the same class in primary education and secondary education probably, that my years at the university have made a difference. And that difference is worth being shared with you. And any common mwananchi in the village should say, I think we invested as a village to let this guy go to the university. They invest in different ways. Some of them just clapped for you, some of them prayed for you, some of them just celebrated. Now when you come back, they want to see those celebrations actually happening and value. And therefore this convocation, which focuses on innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment, and we have gurus in those areas, we think we should be ready to listen to them, to interact with them, both as staff, administrative and academic, both as students, and see that the future is actually bright. It all depends on the orientation of our mindsets. And in this world, you have to work. And as a university, we desire and we are committed to ensure that our graduates leave this university with good diplomas and degrees, which are academic credentials, but these should actually be tools for transforming our nations and our economy. We want graduates who will participate in building enterprises and contribute to industrial and technological growth by pioneering technological development in various fields. If we ask anybody with a phone here, most likely is actually enjoying the innovations which were made by Mark Zuckerberg, the creator of Facebook. John Coleman and Brian Acton, who created WhatsApp. See? Very young guys, some of them created these ones outside the university. Most of them, most likely, actually, and even if we don't know the founders, I decided to find the founders of Instagram, Kevin Systrom and Mike Krieger, and then TikTok. This young man, he was an old man, Zhang Yimin. And what surprised me when I was searching for this literature is actually that artificial intelligence, people who started working on it was as far way back as 1950s. If you read research, if you Google with the father of artificial intelligence, this is a person who lived many years before us. And nowadays in the university, we are very much challenged by this creation, by this young man, Sam Altman, ChatGPT, giving us a lot of trouble. So when I was looking into this, I was wondering, don't we have such people in this population of more than 20,000 students who are studying at UDOM? What may be missing? Probably we have not inspired them enough. And that's why we thought, well, we have to bring now people from the industry who can work with us to inspire young, very good brains. Very good brains. Some of them are winners at global levels. But maybe we have not given them enough courage. And we have to encourage them. And we want to create future scholars, innovators, entrepreneurs, and billionaires, and trillionaires. This country can have all those. This is not an exclusive right of the United States of America. We can. And us who have been to the universities, should always feel guilty, and we are duty bound to make our societies better than how they are now. And we have to invest our intellectual capacity and the capital to make sure that we transform these people. I was wondering, where did the Diamond, where did Harmonize, where did Whopper, and all those people in the bongo flavor, bongo movies graduate? And it reminded me that we at the University of Dodoma even offer a Bachelor of Arts in the theater and the film. I was asking myself, how many of such types can one day come back here as our alumni and tell stories about what this training meant to them? I know we have Dr. Gervas Kasiga, who is now the CEO of Basata. He was here. It's a good example, very good example of people who started from an informal active sector and then he got education, now he's directing the same. See? Therefore, us as a convocation, we should be out there looking on how we can transform those, become better in the quality of their works, and also make people well, and make everybody celebrate that we have the best coming from this university. And we can, we have many. See, we have a number of our graduates now who are members of parliament. A number of our graduates have become ministers. We should continue strategizing to see one day we have all the members of parliament who graduated from this university and all ministers who graduated from this university come back. Now we know when we learn, usually we respect a lot of our professors. So we probably have to stress every supervisor here of our graduate who is a minister, who is a member of parliament, and ask him to talk to a former graduate so that next year they come here for the convocation. If we do that one, it's going to be a very big step. So let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you again to this convocation. As a university, we are very happy that you've congregated here, and particularly for those who come from outside the university. And we really appreciate our keynote speakers and our panelists. I know with capital mining services, they always come. We thank you very much. We really appreciate it. They come all the way from the Lake Zone and they acknowledge what we are doing here. And the International Rescue Committee is also acknowledged for the supporting, and we're bankers here who are supporting us. Please, when you get back, try to convince somebody else that UDOM is a place worth going, and it is a place worth taking your student or your son, your daughter to train, because as we say tomorrow during the graduation, we're very good products coming from this university, and we want to be a premier institution for every Tanzanian to come and study here. Thank you very much for listening, and you're most welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Lugano Kusuluka, the Vice Chancellor, for the welcoming remarks. And we also thank all other speakers who have spoken here, Professor Tenge and the President of the Convocation. Now, what follows in our program now requires us to have a different arrangement. And so this time, I would like to ask members of the high table. We'll take you down. There are seats designated for you. And after that, I will tell you what comes next. So please, let's go down through the stairs. Please help us usher you down. DJ, please wasindikize kwa muziki laini wanapochukua nafasi zao. And now, what comes next is that we're going to have different presentations that are going to be made by different panel speakers that we have here. And I would like this time to invite the moderator who will lead us in all those presentations that are going to take place. Dr. Grace Sofe will come and lead us in what comes next. Dr. Sofe, you're welcome.
Vice Chancellor Professor Kusiluka, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Research and Consultant Professor Azaki Lokina, Deputy Vice Chancellor Planning, Finance and Administration Professor Albino Chenge, President of the Convocation Mr. Gilead Terry, Keynote Speaker Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike, Principals, Directors and Deans, Heads of Departments, Panelists, staff and students, guests and convocation members. Good morning. My name is Grace Msofe. I'm a senior librarian at the University of Dodoma, and I will moderate this panel session. The session will have two parts. We have presentations, where we're going to have a keynote presentation from the keynote speaker, and then we're going to have other 4 presentations. The second part of the panel session will involve panel discussion, where we're going to invite all audience to participate in the discussion related to the theme of the convocation. Please keep your comments, your questions, your reflections until the end of the presentation, so we're going to give you time to present your questions or reflection. It is my pleasure now to introduce the keynote speaker of this convocation panel, which is themed Entrepreneurship for the Future, Harnessing Industrial Linkages to Drive Skills Development and Job Creation. This is Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike. Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike is an innovator, an investor, a futurist, and entrepreneur. Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike is a visionary leader. He's a co-founder and chief executive officer of Sahara Ventures. Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike is widely recognized for his pioneering role as a first-born innovator hub manager and a champion of Silicon Valley. His dedication to building Africa's innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem continues to inspire and illuminate the path of the next generation of change makers. He's going to present on reimagining education for the future economy, entrepreneurship with the engine of industrial and human capital development. Mr. Jumanne Mtambalike, you are welcome to the podium to deliver your keynote speech.
Habari za asubuhi. Vice Chancellor Professor Lugano Kusiluka, Deputy Vice Chancellor Professor Razak Rokina, President of the Convocation, my good old friend and also former schoolmate, Gilead Terry, Management University, Line Management, alumni, my fellow speakers, students, members of the community of University of Dodoma, protocols observed, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. I'm very humbled and honored to be here with you today, speaking in this accoladed community of intellectuals and think tanks. I'm intimidated, but I'm looking forward to share with you my 2 cents. I was given a title, but the funny part, I confused between the title and the theme of the event. So I prepared my presentation based on the theme of the event. So please bear with me. So the world is changing, and is changing very fast. I was here 16 years ago. My entrepreneurship journey started in Dodoma. After I graduated computer science and electronics in Bangalore University back in 2010, the first place I came was Dodoma. This is where I co-founded my first business, very humble stationery at Makole. I used to stay at Nkungu. So I'm very familiar with this environment, and I'm very familiar with this campus since when it was starting, because most of my customers were coming from this university. Fast forward right now, everything that I know about technology, innovation, entrepreneurship, social, political, economical issues have changed. So the key question is, how will these changes shape the future of entrepreneurship, especially in the age of machine intelligence, and what will be the role of education and also industry and university collaboration? It's fascinating. We are living in very interesting times. Back in 2019, I was talking to one of my mentors, Dr. Hassan Mshinda, and the late Professor Beno Ndulu, about the fourth industrial revolution and related technologies, and how was they going to shape Tanzania. And then part of the discussion, we were talking about digital transformation, robots, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, and how some of these things are going to take the jobs. So we went to talk to some of the autocrats and politicians to tell them this should be part of the party manifesto and the national agenda. And some of them, they were making jokes. Do you think there will be a day Tanzanians will go to interview sharing the same line with robots? But what they didn't get, the issue was not the actual robot, the structures, but these algorithms, machines, and applications that are going to completely transform every sector as we know it. And fast forward right now, yes, our young people are going to be interviewed and to compete with machines. And it's happening at a very disruptive pace. So we are living in the age of co-creation. It's a fascinating age to live in. It is no longer human versus machine. Professor Kusiluka amesema hapo, artificial intelligence started in the 1950s, and then they went through what they called AI winter period, where nothing was happening because there was no funding for AI research, because everybody believed it's a lost cause. And eventually our computing abilities became high, technology became very advanced, and machine intelligence kept on improving day after day. And all of a sudden, a bunch of young kids from San Francisco Bay Area, behind the OpenAI movement, came up with ChatGPT. And now we're having the conversation we're having. So this is a very interesting era right now. On one side, you have human intelligence, which is our normal intelligence. On the other side, you have machine intelligence. Some people also call it artificial intelligence. But the key issue is the blend of the two, which is augmented intelligence, where there's no clear line between what is a human intelligence and what is artificial intelligence. And we are told we are approaching singularity where machine intelligence will actually leapfrog human intelligence as soon as 2027. So the key issue is we are producing graduates right now. We used to produce graduates to compete with other graduates, but now we'll be producing graduates to compete with two things. First, to compete with machines, and second, to compete with people who know how to use the machines. So are we preparing them for what is coming? And are we doing enough to make sure those machines and those technologies are not disrupting them? From the entrepreneurship side, we will see new types of businesses, new solutions, new business models, new type of customers, and new ways of doing business. These emerging technologies will completely disrupt everything as we know it. Every technology has winners and losers. Countries are colonized because some other countries had access to guns.
Animals remain animals and human beings became human beings because human beings had access to fire. Some countries become superpower because of the Industrial Revolution, and some of us remain where we are because we didn't evolve anything. So the key issue with these technological changes and disruptions that are happening as we move toward AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, and ASI, Artificial Superintelligence, what is going to be our role as experts, as intellectuals, as normal human beings, as policymakers, but as business people? Are we going to be consumers of solutions that have been created anywhere? Or UDOM is going to create the next Zuckerbergs, Altmans, Musk, and people who are actually disrupting these sectors? The velocity of change is immense. A few months ago, ChatGPT couldn't even pronounce some of the Swahili words properly. But now it has better communication compared to an average PR person working in a public office. It can actually explain UDOM better than average student if you tell them to explain what UDOM is. McKinsey estimates AI assistant boosts developer output by approximately 30 to 45%. When the World Economic Forum did a research earlier, 5 years ago, they said some of the sectors that will not be affected, including software engineering, data science, and other related ICT sector. But right now, we are moving to the age of AI becoming superhuman coder. The new version of ChatGPT 5.2, is showing evidences of being able to code than an average enterprise-level software developer. I'm not talking about the junior developer. As of mid-2025, estimates suggest that 41% of all code that are being wrote across the world right now are AI generated. So the key issue is, if someone is coming from School of Informatics and is learning and preparing to become a software engineer, if he's thinking he's going to do programming in IDE, then which kind of IDE is expecting to do those programming? If he's expecting to work on a team with other developers, unfortunately it's not going to be human developers. It's going to be machine developers. So are we preparing them to be able to work with machine developers? 76% of all professional developers, they have confirmed they're either using AI for planning or to actually use actual coding. The role of university has been evolving. Whenever there's a new technological change or challenge, university evolved to become something different. Where we are right now, especially most of the African university and academic institutions, we're in the third generation of universities. We are moving from just academic and research to incorporate some aspect of entrepreneurship and innovation. But the issue is, while we're slowly getting into third generation universities, the world is moving to the fourth generation university and Society 5.0, which is supposed to be run by fifth generation universities. So beyond just academic and research, to incorporate innovation and entrepreneurship, the next big question of an academic institution will be, how are we going to create individuals who are going to survive in the future of work, where everything will be run, coordinated, managed, and decisions being made by machines? Over time, the role of a person called lecturer has evolved. Initially, they were masters. They're supposed just to come up with ideas and innovation. And education was so sacred, and it was just designed to serve a very small group of people. Kama nyumbani kwenu mna historia ya wizi au uchawi, ulikuwa uruhusiwi kwenda chuo, kwa sababu kuna klasi fulani ya watu tu walikuwa wanaruhusiwa kwenda chuo. Archimedes, son of Amos, Jean Baptiste de Ramak, hao ndio wanaruhusiwa kutokana na familia zao na hadhi zao na familia wanazotoka. And then eventually we come to the age of lecturers, where lecturers started to do research of the work of the masters, because masters started to die na kazi zao zinapotea. And that's how research started.
So lecture kazi yake ikawa ni kufanya research na kufundisha. But the world is changing and the center of knowledge is also shifting. As much as with all the accolades and the respect and everything that Professor Kusiluka has, but he cannot compete with Professor ChatGPT. Because Professor ChatGPT knows almost everything and is capturing information, data and insight from millions of professors across the globe. Which means knowledge is no longer centralized to one person. Knowledge is decentralized. The students you're going to teach from now to the future, they are not coming into the classroom not knowing what you're going to tell them. They have every information about what you're going to tell them. I'm a board member of Tanzania Institute of Education, and one of the critical issues is, what is the future of assessment? What are we going to assess? Because exams are already outdated. When you give kids exam, you're basically assessing their memories, not their competence. With competence-based education, what are we going to assess? So the critical aspect of it is, how are we going to prepare our student to acquire the forces? How are we going to train our student to be creative, to be collaborative, to be critical thinkers, but also to be effective communicators? Those are the 4 skills AI cannot replicate. Any other skill that is repetitive, which is based on data and previous fact, can be replicated. A senior accountant working with McKinsey or BCG that has been working for 20 years, his knowledge has already been digitized. A recent graduate of Bachelor of Commerce from a university in Tanzania can effectively work and have the same result as someone who's 20 years of experience, provided they have top-notch skills on prompting, on all issue finance related. What does that mean? If you graduate today and you're supposed to do an investment analysis with CONVOCATION, you don't need 15 years of experience. You just need to have strong skills to use ChatGPT or Gemini to collaborate with it so that you can give Terry the report he's looking for. So now, how are we preparing our students to be able to use that? Because what is going to repress them, it is not the machines, but it's their colleagues who can actually use the machines effectively. Entrepreneurship has always been a journey to move from idea to form a business, to pass through what we call the valley of death. And this is what we've been nurturing young people to be able to do over time with my company, Sahara Ventures. You have an idea, you have a concept, you have an MVP, a minimum viable product. We want to work with you all the way to growth so that we can invest on you, but also allow you to move to the next stage. Some of the skills like ideation, problem solving, communication, teamwork, creativity, critical thinking, and technical skills, you would have expected them to acquire them during their time at the university. But most of the time, unfortunately, they don't graduate with those skills. You have to equip them with those skills when they're already in the industry. And then advanced skills like fundraising, go-to-market strategy, design, prototyping, customer acquisition skills, pitching and presentation. It's even worse because it takes longer time for them to acquire because they don't have a good foundation of what we call soft skills. The good news is AI can close that gap for them. AI can help them to prepare pitch decks. AI can help them to do investment analysis. AI can help them to do financial projections. AI can help them to write professional investor debriefs. But if they know how to use them, and if they know how to combine between the machine intelligence and the human intelligence. University still has a role to play. They cannot afford to remain in second generation university where the only thing people think about is just academic and research. Universities should be a place where young people work on their ideas, where universities are implementing things like ideathons, hackathons, startup launching pad, to encourage new innovation, new ventures, new businesses to emerge. In a convocation like today, I would have expected 30 or 40 new tech enterprises from University of Dodoma being presenting their ideas here, boldly and proudly to investors so that they can be able to invest on their ideas. University should encourage technical boot camps so that to fast track knowledge transfer between the industry and the university. We will not be able to catch up in time with all these changes. And our traditional routes to acquire knowledge takes very long, and unfortunately we don't have that time. On average, a software engineer right now needs to be created between 12 to 18 months. A traditional computer science degree goes between 36 to 48 months, which is impractical. By the time you graduate, what you've been learning is the history of computer science. Because things are happening within 2 to 3 months. There's always a new model coming out. We need to investigate on how we do commercialization and encourage more commercialization pathways. We need to invest in TTOs, technology transfer offices. We need to move beyond thinking about incubation as something fancy to something actual practical that we have to do on campus. And also we need to nurture effective collaboration and coordination with the industry beyond MOUs and documents to actually do things. What is fascinating, every sector will be disrupted and new types of entrepreneurship will come in. A commercial ad that company like Sahara used to pay, let's say, $2,500 to produce to a local filmmaker, right now using Veo 3.0, which is a sub-product of Gemini, you can create the same ad in a span of a second at a zero cost. What does that say to film producers? What does that say to digital video content creators? What does that say to music composers? If everything that human being can do, AI can do faster, at a better quality, in a more creative way, then what remains of us? So one of the critical aspects of what we're supposed to do right now is to start to think about solutions, business models, and tools that we've never used before. Because nobody can predict the future of where these technologies are going. If AI can hallucinate new ideas, to inspire humans to come up with new knowledge and new innovation, if it can do biological engineering and reprocessing, one of the challenges that we face is how do we maintain authenticity in a sea of synthetic content that has been generated by AI. Beyond text, AI can browse and synthesize information from hundreds of websites instantly. New professionals will be met. Saizi unaweza kuandika shairi la kumomba msamaha mke wako kama umemkosea in a span of a second. Kwa level ile ile ya uandishi ya Shaban Robert. Kwa Kiswahili alichokitumia kwenye kusadikika using ChatGPT. You can actually interpret dreams kwenye level ya Ibn Sirin, ya dream interpretation, ambayo ni knowledge ambayo imekuwa accumulated for more than 1,500 years. You can easily do that with ChatGPT. You can have your individual marriage counselor if you decide to find marriage advice from ChatGPT. Hata kama uendi kanisani unaweza ukaandaa maombi ya weekendi, na kama unatakiwa utoe speech kwenye event ya UDOM, you can do it in a second. To an extent, one of CEO of a big public organization, I've seen it did his speech on a public magazine using ChatGPT. Make sure you get rid of those notes. Yeah, ukiziacha zile notes watu wanagundua umetumia ChatGPT. So we are moving to the new age of reasoning with a new reasoning model. AI is moving from just proposing solutions to solving real world problems. Actually, there's a program called Moonshot, a podcast that talks about all this technological evolution. And the last 2 episodes, they were investigating ChatGPT capabilities of solving PhD level problems in science subjects, biological, chemistry, and mathematics. So at some point in time, we'll start even to question each other. And give you a simple example. We used to write one proposal in a public tender. We spent 3 or 6 months just to put together a proposal, 4 or 5 of them. Right now, within half an hour, we can do 30 proposals, and everything is automated. Kwa some point in time haitokuwa huyu professor amepublish paper ngapi au nani ana paper nyingi, kwa sababu inawezekana kuna mwanafunzi wa mwaka kwanza akawa na paper nyingi kuliko wewe, kwa sababu anatumia AI kuliko wewe. Yani is doing it for fun. Is doing it for fun. The key issue itabaki ni kwamba content, material, originality, authenticity, critical thinking and new knowledge. Sio tena paper ngapi zimekuwa published. Wanasema 2026 will be the era of agents or agentic AI. Kwa kila mtu atakuwa na tafuta Kiswahili kizuri. Mfano wangu mara nyingi sio mzuri, siupendi. Lakini kila mtu atakuwa na kama, ngoja tututumie, anakuwa kama na msukule wake, anaweza akautuma ukafanya chochote unachotaka. So you'll have your own agentic AI ambaye anaweza akabook tiketi zako za ndege, akaplani vikao vyako, akatengeneza speech yako wakati unaenda UDOM na akatoa maelekezo yote. Just to tell you, I already have one. Kwa hiyo kila Jumatatu asubuhi anapita anaangalia tenda zote ambazo zimetangazwa kwenye public site, anaangalia any new information related to AI, na saa 3 kamili anajeneretea report ananitumia kwenye email. And you can also do it with a single line of prompt. Kwa kama unatafuta kazi, unaweza kusema kila Jumanne saa 5 kamili nitumie kazi zozote ambazo zinahusiana na pharmacy ambazo zimetangazwa Tanzania. And your agentic AI can be able to do that. Will humans stop thinking completely? I don't think we'll reach that stage.
But it's critical to invest in argumentative intelligence, because the future is human plus machine intelligence. If you're a young person working on an idea right now, there's no better time for you to do it. This is the most amazing time. Kwa watu ambao wanafanya computer science zamani, kuconfigure one server tulikuwa nakaa hata wiki 3 na hangaika kuunganisha ili uweze kudeploy website yako. Right now, you think and AI do. Think about any idea and tell ChatGPT or Gemini to develop an MVP for you, and it will give you an MVP. We used to tell young people, go and come back with a paper prototype of this app you're building. Now you can create a paper prototype in 2 minutes. If you're doing architectural studies, you can do 2D design and 3D design of any
concept of a building you're working on in a span of a minute. You can become an interior designer for your own house within half an hour. Napiga tu picha nyumba yako ile, alafu nasema nataka contemporary design kama ya Finland vile wanavyoweka nyumba zao, and then it will give you that design. So we are living in the age where you think and AI implement, and the only thing you need is your imagination. You can quickly design prototypes of any application you want to do, which used to be someone's profession. You can actually do it right now. My daughter, she's writing her 2nd book right now. She's not even 8. Halia is a STEM girl, and she's doing all the cartoons in the books herself using ChatGPT. But the key issue is now, philosophically, who are we? And why this group here is very important. Africa AI market is projected to reach $16.5 billion by 2030. Are we preparing ourselves to move from being consumers to creators? Are we doing enough to create our own Sam Altmans and Musk and all those people who are transforming this sector? The biggest fear is, reading from the work of Professor Ruha Benjamin, it's a very good book, it's called Race After Technology, if you want to read it. Africa will find itself in a position of consuming what they call the gym code. And how she defined gym code in that book is that a code that has been created by a privileged few white people sitting somewhere in America, detecting everyone how they should think, what should the culture, social values, and even religion perspective operate. And that is one of our biggest fears. So if you don't have African researchers if we don't have African intellectuals, if we are not taking part in designing some of these large language models, and we are not taking part into designing the next platform, whether at the application layer, at the intelligence layer, or even at the infrastructure layer, we might get into the age of what they call techno-feudalism or surveillance capitalism, where some of our countries, they will be controlled with other countries because they will control the main means of production, which is digital infrastructure. They will have capability of putting presidents, they will have capability of influencing our agendas, and they will have capability to tell our kids what they're worshipping is not the actual God they should follow. So it's about time we invest in research. We encourage local innovators. We push for our mother tongues and also embrace our social values while designing these models. And that's why we need you, researchers, experts and intellectuals in the rooms to do that work for us.
Between 2021 and 2025, new models have come up, new technologies have come up, large language models have improved, multimodal AIs in large contexts have been shaped, but very few research works and intellectual works emerge from African experts. So we want you guys, especially School of Informatics and other related schools, to do more work for us, to publish more papers, to generate more insight so that we can have a seat on the table. And not only from the ICT or tech background, but also on other disciplines that will be disrupted by these technologies. We are going to have a lot of complications, especially as policy is concerned. I wanted to talk about this with Mr. Bashir because he's coming from the health sector. I did this 3 months ago. One of my brothers was critically sick, and I was given his ultrasound report in one of the public hospitals. Na daktari alikuwa na majukumu mengi, kwa alikuwa anazunguka sana kunipa majibu. So I just took the picture of the ultrasound, I uploaded it in ChatGPT 4.0, and then I did the assessment. And it actually told me what's wrong with my brother. I didn't tell the doctor, but when we met in the next morning, wakati ananiambia kakaangu anaumwa nini, bado kidogo mimi nicheki. Because that was exactly what I got yesterday. Please don't do this. Sijokasema mimi ndo nilisema ndugu yako akafa ikawa shida. But the issue is, if ChatGPT can read ultrasound and X-rays, and if a normal person can be able to use and do that, what does it say about our policies and regulation when it comes to these technologies? Can we afford to sit down and observe these changes without doing anything? What does our think tank advise our policymakers when it comes to this transformation? It will be critical for you guys, intellectuals and researchers, who are a crucial part of our community, to advise attorneys and other people from the government what needs to be done to regulate these technologies effectively. You cannot afford to be bystanders. So what remains of us? If you're an entrepreneur in the room, what is remaining? First, the empathy. AI can be able to simulate emotions, but it cannot feel the stake of the decision. Kwa the end of the day, tuwe wanadamu, tuwe tuna roho nzuri, tuwe wakarimu, tuwajali watu, tukiona watu wazima tuwapishe kwenye kiti, kwa sababu hizo ndo tabia pekee AI haiwezi kufanya. So empathy. And then on strategy, AI is very good on how to do it, but it's not very good on why are we doing this. So we have to invest in critical thinking.
Tuwafundishe vijana wetu kufikiria. Anasema Nyerere, argue, don't shout. Maana vijana siku hizi ukiandika kitu tu kwenye mtandao wanashuka chini wanakutukana watu kama 100 hivi.
Manake they cannot think
critically. They don't know how to argue, hawajui kujenga hoja.
And the best place to train them, to teach them how to argue, to think critically, creative, and to communicate effectively is within the setup of a university. This is why you create leaders. There's a very interesting video clip ya Mzee Mkapa
anasema mnatusumbua, mnatuambia tuwalete vijana serikalini, lakini nimeweka miaka 5 bungeni. Nitafutieni video hata moja ambayo mtu anazungumza critically na hoja ina mashiko. When he was challenging our education system, how are we producing people who actually read, people who acquire knowledge, people who are ready to become lifelong learners? That will be the next difficult challenge for our academic institutions. Novelty is key. How do we come up with original ideas? We don't want people who are just circulating papers. Paper ilitolewa mwaka jana na kaitoa akabadilisha title kafanya hivi. We want people who are actually solving real problems, problems that are touching our communities. It doesn't make sense kuwa na University of Dodoma iko hapa, let's say ina faculty hata wanafanya agriculture, lakini kila siku watu wanatumia mbegu ambazo zizalisha hata kilo 5. Why do you have an academic institution then? So what next? Where is the world going? 2026 is going to be an age of agentic shift. I told you that already. AI models by 2027 zitaweza kuwa na expert human level capabilities. Na tuta-attain kitu ambacho kinaitwa singularity. Singularity simply means, itizame ile graph pale, human intelligence itaendelea ku remain flat, artificial intelligence itaivuka human intelligence, and that will be at the phase of singularity. Some expert wanasema by 2030 tutaingia kwenye AGI na ASI, artificial general intelligence na artificial super intelligence. By then, the apex intelligence will be AI, then human being. But what will be fascinating, gepo kati ya AI na binadamu itakuwa ni kama gepo kati ya binadamu na kuku kwenye kufikiria. Inabidi uogope sana. Just imagine what you can do to a chicken. Now AI can do that to you. Voilà. So most of the researches will be automated. AI itapublish paper nyingi kuliko scientists. 2027 tutaachieve AI possibly some says, lakini there's a fear in cyber hacking, biotech technologies, military grade issues, kwa sababu by then AI itaweza kumleapfrog superhuman AI researcher na superhuman coder. By the way, this is scientific paper. It's called AI 2027. If you want to go and read, you can just write on Google AI 2027. Some of the best researchers and also forecasters in AI that have contributed in that paper. So the relationship between academia and industry always has been on the academia side, university focus on teaching and research, generation of knowledge and transfer to the industry. And as in the industry, nurturing research and innovation based on what emerged from the university. And also informs the university what does the industry want in terms of employability outcomes. Putting AI into the equation, AI will augment our teaching and we'll move to the age of personalized learning. Watu wataanza kujiuliza, do I really need to go to university? It's already happening in most of the advanced economy. So universities need to rethink their model and their value proposition. On the side of knowledge transfer, a lot of knowledge will be generated from AI. A new spin of companies based on AI research will come. But on the industry side, a lot of research that will be driven through AI and autonomous innovation will emerge. And from the industry, we will be pushing for people who have skills to work with machine. Kama ni accountant 15 wako ofisini, mtahitaji accountant 2 tu ambao wana uwezo wa kufanya kazi na AI kwa level ya McKinsey. Sisi tuko pamoja. And that's how a capitalistic world works. There will be new opportunity on the blue collar jobs. That's why we need to create more engineers who work with hard things, but for anything which is repetitive will be taken away. The same way guns zilisaidia sisi kutawaliwa na moto ulisaidia wanyama kwenda polini, AI itafanya hivyo hivyo tu. Teknolojia tabia yake ni lazima i-change social, political, all aspect of a human being. Kwa hiyo mwisho tumetoka kwenye first generation, focus iko kwenye teaching, learning, knowledge, reproduction, scholars or clerics na tunaoita masters. Tukaenda kwenye second generation, kafocus zaidi kwenye research
pamoja na academic discovery, practical lectures, tukaja kwenye third generation, focus kwenye knowledge transfer, entrepreneurship, innovation, na trainers wakawa ni coaches. Of course, saizi Europe wana practice fourth generation, focusing on solving grand challenges and community stakeholders. Center of knowledge may change. The fifth generation of university will focus on human-computer interaction and augmented intelligence, enhancing human intelligence system. So the key question will be, in the age of augmented intelligence, are we producing graduates that can work side by side with machines? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jumanne Tambaleke, the keynote speaker, for the presentation. Now I would like to welcome other panelists to the stage. I will start with Professor Razak Lokina. He's one of our panelists. Professor Razak Lokina is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Consultants at the University of Dodoma. He provides leadership in teaching and learning, curriculum development, quality assurance, research, innovation, and university industry engagement. This role places him at the center of the university mission to transform students into skilled and innovative graduates. His leadership supports the nurturing of future entrepreneurs, innovators, and problem solvers. His contribution is relevant to today's theme on harnessing industrial partnership for skill development and job creation. His presentation will be on preparing future entrepreneurs and investors, how university can embed entrepreneurial thinking and skills. Professor Kilina, please have a seat. Thank you. The next, yes, we can have some round of applause. The next presenter is Mr. Bashir Harun. This is one of our panelists. Mr. Bashir Harun is an outstanding business leader with experience across various industries, including sugar, marine transport, pharmaceutical, and healthcare. Is ranked among the top most 100 influential people in Tanzania. He is widely recognized for his visionary leadership in transforming Tanzania's healthcare sector by establishing Shifa Pan-Africa Hospital. This is a state-of-the-art healthcare facility built into the international standard and recognized as one of the leading healthcare institutions in East Africa. He's going to present on industry's role and opportunity in Tanzania higher education, driving skills development, and building the national workforce. Mr. Bashir Harun, karibu sana, welcome to the seat. Our next panelist is Advocate Joseph Gideon. He's an accomplished advocate of the High Court of Tanzania and a distinguished business leader in the legal profession. Is a founder and managing partner of the Law Tech Network, attorney and consultant and agency. He has demonstrated exceptional leadership and a strong commitment to professional excellence. He's going to present from classroom to reality what is offered and what is needed for entrepreneurship success. Welcome to the seat, Mr. Harun. The next panelist is Mr. Kilabi Kilahama. He is an accomplished agribusiness entrepreneur and the founder of Magez Farming State, an agricultural enterprise engaged in farming, crop production, value addition, and marketing at local and international levels. Through his work, he has demonstrated strong leadership and a firm commitment to entrepreneurship-driven agriculture, contributing to skills development, value chain growth, and job creation, particularly for youth and rural community. He is going to present from classroom to reality what is offered and what is needed for entrepreneurship success. Welcome to the seat, Advocate Kilai. Now that we have all our panelists on the stage, I would like to welcome Professor Razak Lokina to deliver his presentation. Thank you, Professor.
I think, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Mbari. Your talk, it has posed us as an academician a reality but a challenge. So it's a challenge which makes us to rethink the way we deliver, the way we run our curriculum, because the global narrative now is not about the knowledge, but the skill. So we need to rethink what kind of skill are we generating to our graduates. Is the skill that is needed? And are we going to this fourth generation university, or we are still operating in the second or third generation university, where the knowledge was important? But now it's the skill. The employer wants to see what can you offer, not what you know. They don't expect you to go there to start training you, but they expect you to go there and offer the skill that can prosper the company or so the entrepreneurship mind is there, but we have those creators, we have innovators. We don't need to do innovation or creativity just for the sake of doing it, but in the mind of entrepreneurial. And that is what our curriculum can take us to us. That yes, we have good innovators here, we have good creators, but what's the end of it? We have been having this research week. We have seen quite a lot, and we've seen what our students can innovate. But now we ask, how far have you gone with us? Because in the end, the entrepreneurship skill and the mindset, that's what is needed in the current generation. Because the knowledge, as we have been told, AI can do the knowledge. So we need to care of the thing that AI can do. And the Balike has shown us the direction. So that means when you are standing the podium in our class, we have to rethink, am I delivering what is needed in the current generation? It's not again about taking your syllabus, finish the course that you are required to examine the student, but it is about what skill have you gained in the end. What learning outcome have you achieved so far in your teaching? So this is, as Tambarika said, is a big challenge to academicians. We are needed, we are still relevant, but what is important, how can you adopt to the reality in the real world? Because the narrative is no longer the knowledge, but the skill. But the skill that also match the market demand. It's not only all the skills that are needed, but the specific skill we've been told that AI cannot do it. But those things that can be replicated, they're plenty. And I believe we have seen it in our teaching. But again, we need to teach our students about how to use AI. Because in a productive way, like somebody said it, how can we make them know how to use it? So the one who can match the machine and the skill, that will be needed in the market. So if you can use the machine, given the skill, so if you don't have the skill, you cannot have. You'll be useless to the machine. Because the machine you have to interact with the machine in a skilled way, it's not the knowledge way, because knowledge is already there and you won't be unique. It's a big challenge to as researchers. Are we really going to feed people data, or we generate our data using AI? Are those data that we're getting relevant? Because the AI-generated data may not reflect the reality on the ground sometimes. We still need to go to the field and provide new input or new knowledge and the new skill that's needed as an academician. So I think the theme of today is relevant given the era that we're operating and how we need to rethink our curriculum. I know we've done some revision, we're still doing, but as we teach, we need to know how are we reflecting back to the curriculum and the skill that's needed. So it's a big challenge to academicians all over the world to see how we implement the next generation, the fifth generation university that is already out there and we as third world countries, we should remain behind. We have to match with the global trend, because otherwise our product, our graduates will just be looked at, they don't have the market demand. The good thing, we have entrepreneurs or people who have done it, and they know what kind of skill they need in the market. So with this brief talk, I think I just thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lokina. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Bashir Harun for the next presentation.
Vice Chancellor, Professor Lugano,
Professor Razak, Deputy Vice Chancellor, President of this convocation, Mr. Terry, ladies and gentlemen, all the academicians and everyone who is here, very good morning.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for
inviting me here, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It is an honor to address you on a subject that is central to the future of our nation, the evolving partnership between industry and higher education. So, first of all, let me just tell you that Tanzania is really progressing, and with rapid progress in different industries like healthcare, ICT, energy and manufacturing, logistics. There is a very big future, and we need not only well-educated academicians, but we need also technically competent, adaptable future leaders to join these industries. Now, I'm not here to say that you are the heart and future of our industries and of the Tanzania. I would like to mention one strategic challenge which we have got is a skill gap. Across many sectors, employers observe an increasing gap between academic preparation and workforce expectation. Graduates often possess strong theoretical foundation, yet they may lack applied skills, digital competence. This is not a reflection of a student incapability, but it is rather something which we need to really collaborate between the academicians and the industry. As the Vice Chancellor here mentioned during his opening remarks, that we might be doing things,
we might be saying the same things, and very little we can do. This is a big opportunity
where the universities and the businesses or the industries, we can work together and see what we can do to promote this sector and to promote this future of our academicians. I would like to congratulate the invocation for I would like to congratulate the topic which is here, because this is a real topic which makes us the link between the future, harnessing industrial linkages and drive skills development and job creation. This is a very big link, and how we can do it together. So the challenge which we have got in front of us is to see how we can work together between the industries and the businesses and the academicians and universities to build a future for you academicians who will join this industry in the future. We have seen most of the young people coming to these industries, and there is a need to collaborate while with universities, which is a big gap. I had opportunity to speak to Dr. Tegemea, who is the head of nursing here, and I was telling her that there is a need of health industry and University of UDOM to work together to see how we can improve the nursing. Yes, here we are academically doing a lot of things, but we need now to align ourselves to see what are the demands while we are preparing these future nurses who will come to work with us. So there is a big gap which is missing here, and we are very blessed and lucky to have someone like Terry, who I'm very impressed to note that he is a part of the UDOM and is coming from here. And I would like to congratulate him because he has seen that how to give it back to the society. He's coming from UDOM. Now he is now trying to bring us here to talk to UDOM so that we can prepare young CEOs who can run institutions like he has achieved himself. So that is a big achievement, and I would like to congratulate and try to say that there is a big opportunity for all of us. I would like to thank our keynote speaker who mentioned about the AI. Yes, it is a challenge which we must accept, but as we rightly said, that these are already in place. For example, if you look at the healthcare industry, we are already using MRI, CT scan, which are AI driven. So we are already in this era and we must prepare ourselves, and there is a big opportunity now, as he rightly said, that yes, AI is there, machineries are there, but we as human beings, we have a role to play. Also, he warned us on a very important thing regarding our culture, our respect, our religion. So, you know, he was trying to say that the respect which we have achieved and we have in our culture as Africans, as a continent, as the Tanzanians, as our ancestors have taught, this can be still maintained if we also become part of AI and make sure that the AI generated are in line with our culture and our respect, our dignity. So it is very important for us to be innovative, as my speakers said here. It is very important for us to be in that level. So there is still a big opportunity for the industry, and how can we align? We can align ourselves by making sure that we have internship programs, and in every industry now, there is a lot of things which we can do. For example, if you look at financial models in the healthcare sector, which we have got, it has got a lot beside the pure medics which are there. There is a big opportunity in the other sectors, being financial models, planning, research, and other things. So the sky is the limit. This is the time which I would like to congratulate UDOM for taking this initiative to bring people like ourselves who are on the other part, which when you finish your studies, you come and join us. So there is a need of this bonding, which is very important, and we are quite pleased, and we would like this to be a pathway to show other universities that there is a need to link between the future, because from here now you are coming to join the world where we are, and what are our expectations and what are the alignments in the skills, in the syllabuses, in the innovations which are happening in our level, so that we can be in the same alignment, and you can now be more productive and hands-on. So I would like to thank this forum and really congratulate them for the very, very key subject which they brought during this 16th Convocation Annual General Meeting. And I would like to congratulate all of you for the hard work you have done, and I would like to declare that we as a healthcare and a Shifa, we are quite ready to engage in anything related to prepare yourself to be our future leaders in this industry. and our doors are open, and I would like to connect much with the management to see that we are working together. I would like again to end up to say that we must thank our government for the hard work they are doing in
every sector to ensure that you as the future leaders and future
entrepreneurs are having the right mentorship, and I'm very pleased to be in UDOM. You have been a star. We have seen the product which you have delivered, and the key example is your president today, and I'm sure there will be many to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bashir Harun, for the presentation. I would like to welcome Advocate Joseph Gideon for the next presentation.
Good morning, each and everyone. Yes, I'm firstly very glad being here with different distinguished colleagues, and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dodoma, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Research and Consultancy, Deputy Vice Chancellor Planning, Finance and Administration, the Chairperson of the 16th Convocation Annual General Meeting, Mr. Juliet John Telly, members of the University Council, principal officers of the university, deans and electors, distinguished alumni, representatives from industry and private sector, fellow advocates, professionals, graduates, students, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. I'm very happy to be invited by the University of Dodoma to serve as one among the panelists in this topic, which is real burning when it comes to economic development in our country. So I guess some of you might be thinking, how is now law related to entrepreneurship? Or how is law an aspect of entrepreneurship? So I'm briefly going to give you some sort of a discussion or a brief on how law can be transformed, and in fact, how is law an aspect of entrepreneurship? First of all, as an entrepreneur in law, I began my journey as a legal researcher. Once I graduated from this university in 2020, I was admitted to the Law of Advocates in 2022, immediately after taking my postgraduate diploma in legal practice in 2021. And immediately I sought for the legal market by making sure that I become an entrepreneur in law, and the option that I had was to become a researcher. So I am a legal researcher when it comes to law, and I've been receiving a lot of people, institutions, both local and international institutions, seeking for my consultation with regards to laws that are pertaining to Tanzania, case laws and the like, and their alignment with international standards. So, with the choice that I made of becoming a legal researcher as a way of being an entrepreneur in law, I was honored to be nominated as a finalist to the Tanganyika Law Society Awards Young Lawyer of the Year, where I emerged to become the first learner, marking as the first UDOM School of Law alumnus to be the first person to be nominated as the best young lawyer of the year and to become consequently the first learner. But it was all about the kind of entrepreneurship that I chose, being a legal researcher, because most of advocates were really getting insights from what I was writing and publishing. So there is a linkage between law and entrepreneurship. Most of we advocates are centered in a very small cave, which, in my opinion, is a very narrow scope, and that is litigation. Once you talk to advocates, maybe 10 out of 10 advocates, 8 of them, they simply say that they are interested in litigation. But apart from being litigants, there are also other aspects that we as lawyers can take and consequently succeed instead of simply relying on litigation and so on. As an alumnus of the University of Dodoma who has experienced firsthand the transition from academic training to reality of entrepreneurship, my contribution focuses on critical gap that many graduates face, and that is what the classroom offers and what the market needs. So what I was trying to see and my research when it comes to the practice of law, I was just trying to look on how to transform what I was taught in class and bring it into reality, where now I'm facing the market of law. So I guess this is one among the challenges that most of undergraduate students normally face. How now to transform what you have been taught in classes to become real when it comes to market. Now, in classrooms, students acquire technical knowledge. Now I'm talking this in the aspect of law because I'm a lawyer by profession. So even though I'm talking about entrepreneurship, but it is on the aspect of law. In classroom, say in a law classroom, students are taught about technical knowledge, legal principles, doctrinal understanding, research methodology, critical thinking, and professional ethics. That is for law students in particular, in environments like UDOM here. This academic foundation is not optional. It is the backbone of professional capability. In my own journey, the discipline of legal research, structured reasoning, and analytical writing that I now use daily as an entrepreneur in law. In fact, it was born in the classroom. Without this foundation, entrepreneurship is a professional field. Such law will be legless and sustainable. So what I'm trying to mean here is that even though we are all advocating for graduates to be entrepreneurs, but the founding wave of a person to become an entrepreneur is what has been taught in the classroom. That's why I have seen most of universities are now transforming their curriculum from being theoretically oriented at least to come into practice in some sorts. As I was studying here, I was in the college called College of Business Studies and Law. But yesterday, I paid a college visit to the college and I've seen there is a division now between law and business. And what I was interested with is that in the business college, there is an addition of some words, entrepreneur. So this means that the lecturers are now not focusing only on delivering theoretical-oriented matters in classes, but also teaching students on how to become entrepreneurs. Also, in classrooms, as lawyers and law students, we are taught that law is a noble profession of bloodletters, presidents, and courtrooms. We are taught to be employee of justice, but in reality and in the market, law is a business service. So we can face law as a business service by which of being entrepreneurs in aspects of laws, in aspects of several categories of laws. However, once a graduate leaves the university, a new reality emerges, one that the classroom alone cannot fully prepare them for the markets. Despite the fact that the markets awards academic excellence by default, but our client needs people who can now use the knowledge that they just acquired in the classroom to solve their problem, and so on and so on. I know there are students here, and the topic is now on entrepreneurship, and you all wish one day to be entrepreneurship. For those who are pursuing law, to become a law entrepreneur, you must agree to face some challenges. For instance, when I started to become a law entrepreneur, I also faced some challenges, including no guarantee income, unlike for those who are employed, because they know they'll be paid at the end of the month. But once you opt to be an entrepreneur, you don't have a guarantee of income, especially when you're a beginner. There is no effective structures, no safety net. So during my early months of practice, basically there were months that I was earning nothing, but I still stood looking for opportunities. So while the university emphasizes knowledge acquisition, entrepreneurship requires the application of that knowledge in unpredictable and dynamic environment. So we should not be static to what we are being taught in crisis, but we should be dynamic on how the market requires us to be. So if I could just I could just stick with what I was being taught in class, then I don't think whether I could have gone so far as I am now. So industrial linkage plays a vital role in bridging this gap between theory and practice. My entrepreneurial growth accelerated when I engaged beyond traditional legal space and connected with industries, institutions, and sectors that require legal solution but did not necessarily understand the law. Lawyers often are coded, like just have said in litigation, but in the law firm that I'm working with, that is law network attorneys, we identified some areas which we thought are gaps, and that was in sports law and music law. So we combined sports, music and law so that to make something new. And we are currently managing some footballers. We are managing some of people such as Haji Manara. We are managing people like Harmonize through our phone. So we came up with something which was not being practiced in law, but we saw it as a gap, and as entrepreneurs decided to come for that. And we are now focusing to be more entrepreneurs on investment. And I'm very glad to have seen Mr. Jiro Diteli, who is the Director General of Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zones Authority. Last week I paid a courtesy visit to his office by virtue of being the vice chairperson of the Association of Young Lawyers. So long as my firm is also thinking of taking this path of investment as a way of being entrepreneurs, I'll kindly ask your assistance for the purpose of making sure that I succeed in what I will be taking out. I'm very glad for the opportunity once again, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Advocate Joseph Gideon, for the presentation. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Kilabi Kilahama for the presentation.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor of University of Dodoma and all the senior staffs of the University of Dodoma, President of our convocation, Sateri, fellow alumni, the students of the University of Dodoma, good morning. My name, Kilabi Kilahama, as introduced before. I'm the CEO and founder of Magezi Farming Estates. And simply, I am an entrepreneur. Natumia dakika 10 kama nilizopewa baada ya kuombwa balance kutokana na muda wetu, but tajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba nagusa maeneo ambayo yamekusudiwa. Looking at our theme, namaanisha kwamba ukiangalia hii entrepreneurship for the future, harnessing industrial linkages to drive skills development and job creation, yanaweza kuwa ni maneno tu ambayo yamekuwa mengi ili kumfanya kila mtu kufikiria na kupata ujumbe uliobebwa hapo, lakini in a short form mimi niliweza kuchukua entrepreneurship and job creation, kwa maana ujasiriamali ndio ujenzi wa ajira zenyewe. Tumesikia hapa uwasilishaji wa speaker aliyepita ambaye anazungumzia masuala ya innovation na masuala ya technology, kwa namna ambavyo yanaenda kureplace sehemu kubwa ya nafasi za ajira na kuleta ushindani mkubwa sana kati ya machine na binadamu. Hii iko wazi na sisi lazima tuione mapema kama vijana ambao tunalipenda taifa letu na ambao tunatakiwa kudeliver, kwa sababu tunasoma, tunapata taaluma, lakini lazima taaluma hizo tuone tunapozitumia kuweza kutoa mchango katika kujenga taifa letu na kuleta maendeleo. So being an entrepreneur, mimi jani yangu ilianzia hapa Dodoma, kwa sababu sisi ni pioneers, wale wanafunzi wa kwanza kabisa ambao waliweza kuanzisha chuo hiki, akiwepo Mr. President Terry. Na wakati tunafika campus yetu ilikuwa kisasa, haikuwa hapa. Kwa hiyo kwa wakati huo na challenges ambazo zilikuwepo, na ukirudi katika neno entrepreneurship, simple definition yake ni vile ambavyo unaweza kujifaidisha kutokana na mazingira ambayo yanakuzunguka kwa challenge ambazo zipo. Kwa hiyo mimi niliweza kuanzisha biashara ambayo ilinisukuma na kunifanya kuwa mjasiriamali wa leo ambaye nisimama mbele ya kuzungumza hapa. Na biashara yangu ya kwanza ilikuwa ni ya kuanzisha salon, kwa sababu wakati tumepelekwa kisasa zile nyumba 300 za Magufuli almaarufu, kwa zinapendwa kuitwa hivyo nyumba za Magufuli, lakini nyumba hizo hapakuwa na huduma nyingi za kijamii ambazo zilikuwa zinahitajika kwa wanafunzi. Kwa hiyo mimi niliona fursa katika upande wa people being smart, nikakiomba chuo kikanipa ushirikiano mzuri, nikapata premises pale na nikafungua saluni, ikiwa ndio biashara yangu ya kwanza na safari ya ujasiriamali ukaanzia hapo. Kwa hiyo wakati niko ndani ya chuo cha Dodoma niliweza kufanya biashara mbalimbali, including kusupply computer ambazo zilisaidia sana kwa wanafunzi, na hasa pale nilipofikia kuwa agent wa computer za Dell wakati nikiwa bado ni mwanafunzi. Kwa hiyo mpaka namaliza niliona swala la ajira lilivyo na mtihani mkubwa kutokana na competition ambayo ilikuwepo, kwa sababu imagine, kwa mfano, wakati sisi tunaanza hapa mpaka kufikia kumaliza kitu tuliokuwa nayo, leo hii tunazungumzia chuo kikuu cha Dodoma kilikuwa kinazalisha takribani wanafunzi wasiofungua 20,000. Sasa utafikiria kwamba katika graduates ndani ya idadi hiyo wanapomaliza wanaenda kukumbana na ugumu wa soko la ajira kwa kiasi gani. Kwa hiyo upande wangu nilijiandaa na mazingira ya UDOM yalitengeneza. Kwa hiyo ukiweka na swala la elimu niliyoipata nikaviweka pamoja na nikaweza kutengeneza njia ya mimi kujiajiri, lakini nikiwa na vision kubwa kwamba nijiajiri na nikafikie hatua ya kuweza kuajiri na wenzangu. Na hilo ndio jambo kubwa ambalo nafikiri wasomi wengi na wahitimu watarajiwa ambao tuko hapa lazima tukae na vision ambazo tunafikiri zitafika pahala zitatue mahitaji yetu, lakini zikatatue na mahitaji ya wengine. Kwa hiyo hata swala la ajira, kwa sababu ya ushindani uliokuwepo, nasema kwamba kuna haja ya sisi kuanza kuwa na namna ambazo tunatumia zaidi tunachokipata kama sehemu ya taaluma na kuwa wataalamu, kuzalisha nafasi nyingi zaidi za ajira kama sehemu ya private sector na kama ilivyo kwa ujasiriamali. Kwa hivyo niliamua kuingia katika kilimo, na swali linaweza ikaja, kwa nini ulichagua kilimo? Tuliona huko ulianza biashara 2-3, lakini kwa nini ulichagua kilimo? Mimi nilichagua kilimo kwa mtizamo tu mkubwa, kwa maana ya kilimo kama sehemu kubwa ya maisha inayotawala ulimwengu wa sasa na hata wa baadaye. Pamoja na kuwepo kwa AI, kilimo kitabaki kama kilimo, kwa sababu tunahitaji chakula, tunahitaji raw materials kwa ajili ya viwanda, na huko kote ukiangalia tuna stimulate nini? Tuna stimulate ajira. Kilimo chenyewe ni ajira, lakini kama utazalisha rasilimali mbalimbali ambazo zitakuja kutumika kama sehemu ya raw materials ama malighafi, viwanda vitafanya kazi, vitazalisha ajira. Lakini wakati huo, kwa sababu kilimo chenyewe ni ajira, kama utazalisha vyakula bado utaingia kwenye biashara as a wholesaler where possible, lakini retailers watakuwepo na wao watakuwa ni sehemu ya kufacilitate business ya mazao hayo, na watakuwa tayari wapo katika sehemu ya kutengenezea kipato kama wajasiriamali. Kwa hiyo Magezi Farming Estates ambayo ilianza toka mwaka 2011 almost immediately baada ya kugraduate, sasa hivi tuko na coverage ya mikoa 5 kote, tukiwa na farming activities, lakini pia tukisimama kama watengenezaji na wasindikaji wa sehemu ya mazao ambayo tunayazalisha, mainly nikizungumzia swala la uzalishaji wa raw materials ambazo tunasafirisha kupeleka nje kupitia zao la African Red chilies, lakini wakati huo pia tukitengeneza na kuisupply nchini kama sehemu ya spices. Lakini mfano mwingine ambao naweza nikautoa hapo ni uzalishaji wetu katika upande wa cereal crops, kwa maana ya sesame seeds. Tumekuwa wazalishaji wakubwa wa ufuta ambao tumekuwa tukiuza na kusafirisha nje ya nchi kupitia taratibu ambazo na miongozo ambayo ipo kutokana na taratibu za serikali. Ilikuwa ni zao ambalo tumekuwa ni sehemu ambayo tumechangia zao hilo kwenda kutoka kuwa zao la kawaida na kuingizwa katika grupu la mazao ya kibiashara na kuwekewa mifumo ya stakabadhi ghalani. Lakini tumekuwa na mchango mkubwa katika uanzishaji wa bima za kilimo, vitu ambavyo havikuwepo na ambavyo vimepelekea sana kilimo kuonekana kama vile ni shughuli ya wastaafu, ni shughuli ya walioshindwa, ni shughuli ya watu waliopotea. Jambo ambalo naweza kusema kwamba wakati huu ndio muda ambao academicians wengi pamoja na vituo vingi vinavyotoa elimu ikiwepo chuo kikuu cha Dodoma, kuna haja ya kuona namna ya kukipa hadhi kilimo kutokea katika ngazi ya kitaaluma, katika namna ambayo kijana yoyote ambayo yuko hapa hasichukulie kama yeye ile ni choice yake ya mwisho katika kujikwamua kiuchumi, kwa sababu kilimo ndio maisha kwa wakati huu. Kwa kumalizia, kwa sababu muda wangu ni mfupi, nitaka kusisitiza jambo moja tu. tuchukue muda sana kuisoma nchi yetu. Tuna nchi nzuri sana yenye a lot of opportunities which we need to grab. We grab the opportunities to advance a step forward katika kutengeneza maendeleo. Ukizungumzia swala la kilimo, ukitaka kuhusanisha na vijana namna wanavyojiengage katika kilimo, lakini opportunities ambazo zipo katika kilimo chenyewe ndani ya Tanzania. Sisi kama nchi sasa hivi, nchi ambayo ina kilomita za mraba zisizopungua 47,303, lakini unaelezwa kwamba 45% ya kiasi hicho cha kilomita za mraba ni arable land. Kwa hiyo tuna nafasi ya kutumia the arable land that we have kufanya kilimo na kukigeuza kuwa engine kubwa ambayo inaweza kutengeneza au kusaidia kuboost uchumi na kufanya maendeleo makubwa, lakini wakati huo tukiwa tuna resolve tatizo la uhaba wa ajira. Kwa kumalizia, nipende kuwasisitiza vijana wenzangu ambao bado mko chuoni na wengine ni graduates already, lakini pengine mko mtaani na mko katika ushindani huo wa kugombania ajira zinazotangazwa. Tusichoke kufikiria nje ya boksi, kwa sababu wakati mwingine mtu mwingine atakwambia nina mawazo lakini sina mtaji. Mtaji una njia kuu mbili unapotaka kuanzisha jambo. Mimi na declare interest kwa sababu ni mkulima. Nazungumzia katika uga wa kilimo. Uga wa kilimo, nikizungumzia mtaji, wako watu ambao mnaweza mkajiform katika group, katika project ambayo mnakuwa mmekusudia kuianzisha. Kwa hiyo nikusanya kidogo kidogo mkapata mwanzo mzuri. Utaniuliza wewe je, ulianza kwenye group? Hapana, mimi ndio maana nikatoa historia yangu fupi. Nilianza biashara kidogo kidogo, na ndani ya muda huo, kwa sababu nilishaiona challenge ambayo ipo katika nafasi za ajira, biashara ndio naifanya na savings zangu ilikuwa ndio mtaji wangu wa kuweza kuanza nao mpaka ambapo nilifanikiwa kuwa mkubwa na kufika nilipo, ila sijatosheka na tutaki kutosheka katika ujasiriamali, kwa maana whatever is the achievement, lazima ufikirie kwa namna kubwa, kwa ndoto kubwa, ili utengeneze nafasi ambayo itaweza kugusa maisha yako, lakini na maisha wengine katika kusolve tatizo la ajira. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Mr. Lahama, for the presentation. Can we have a round of applause for all of our speakers? Thank you very much. Thank you for all the speakers for your insightful presentation that we have had here. We have had a rich perspective on entrepreneurship, skills development, and industry linkage, also the job creation. But also we have had an interesting presentation from the keynote speaker about the artificial intelligence, but it is also scary. I think most of us were scared about the presentation, so we should get ready for it. At least at the end of the tunnel, there is we have had three creation that we can have, skills that we can have, which are not going to be replaced by the AI. One of it is to be creative. So if you are creative, then the AI will not replace us. If you are collaborative, then the AI will not replace us. So at least we stick those three skills that we have, and then we are told that the future is for the machine and the human. So we'll not be competing to each other, but we'll compete with the machine as well. So get prepared for the future that we are competing with machine. Thank you very much, keynote speaker, for telling us about the future. Now we are heading to the interactive session, where we're going to get questions, reflection from the audience, but also we're going to hear some responses from the speakers. I would like to invite the audience for your questions. When you have a question, please raise your hand, then the microphone will come to you. Just tell us briefly what is your name and go straight to the question, because the time is not with us. We have a very short time. We are running short of time, so please be brief and to the point, and also say where are you addressing your comment or your question to. Karibuni. Any question reflection or comment? Yes, there is a hand, 2 hands there. Please start with the professor. Professor Komba.
Thank you very much for seeing me. I want to extend my appreciation for the organizers for selecting this theme for today's convocation ceremony. And secondly, I want to congratulate the panelists and the keynote speaker for a very inspiring speech. The speech, as you correctly point out, is scary. Scary, but it's also prophetic. And because it is scary and prophetic, we need to be ready for the face the future. We have to be entrepreneurs. And the point you have just mentioned about the speech address, that we have to compete with the machine, but also we have to compete with I think in order to compete with the machine, the aspect of critical thinking that he mentioned is very, very important. And to be entrepreneurial for the future, we need to unlearn what we have been learning so far and being taught. And part of what we have learned is that the STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, are the priority disciplines to be taught, because these are the ones that are central for the 21st century. But if we underline critical thinking, I think we need, part of being entrepreneurial, we may need to think about other disciplines that have been sidelined. Philosophy has not been part of the discussion, but you need philosophy to develop critical thinking, including other non-science subjects. So let's be entrepreneurial, but we need to compete with the machine by being critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kumba. Madam MP, please, Senate, please.
Good morning. My name is Howard Bell. I teach at the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies. I respect and stand on the observed protocol. My question is to Imane. I always enjoyed your first generation conferences in DA, and I wish you bring it to the University of Dodoma, and thank you. As you said in your conclusion especially, our main job will be to remain human. I believe that would be the hard thing to be in the future. So I wonder what will be our state of mind? What is our projected mental health during that time? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. Any other question? Yes, please. Yes.
My name is Mr. Black, the CEO of BSO Systems Tanzania and Rwanda. UDOM graduate, the year 2016, College of Education. My question, I would like to address it to to Mr. Giovanni Mtambalike. Could this AI make this young generation lazier? And if the question is yes, if the answer is yes, what is it supposed to be done now? If everything will be done by AI under this young generation, what's about their future mentality on thinking, reasoning, and doing everything? What would you advise them? Thank you.
Yes, next, please.
Hello, my name is Idi Mwanyoka. I come from the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies, where I work as a lecturer. I must say also that I was very much impressed by the presentation by the man. It also intimidated me somehow, looking at the future. So my issue is, you started very well with the positive, huge challenge. This one that has been said by others, that the job seekers will be competing with machines, and also people who knows how to build the machines. So I wanted to know, what do you think it will take? And also, how do you think it can be possible to address this huge challenge, especially in the context of what I would say, dwindling financial resources, but also under-required resources? Thank you.
Thank you, Lecturer. Please.
Good morning. My name is Theodora Bali. I'm a retired senior lecturer, and I must declare that I went through the traditional liberal arts studies at the university, where we don't really focus on what we do, but critical thinking. And I listened to all the presentations, and I'm still maybe lingering into the past, where at the university, you really don't prepare people that go into the front line and apply, but you prepare people who can think and reason when they encounter challenges. And I'm getting worried that are we in the era that we are choosing between knowledge, skills, and competencies when we should have all three together? And this is maybe, it takes more to prepare somebody to face the world out there than just thinking of what they can apply. I think it's probably the traditional, maybe indigenous educational system where one is prepared holistically. You have to be able to sustain yourself, you have to be able to think, you have to be able to do things. And I think this is what probably we are lacking, and we haven't really had linkages from not just the industry, but also the foundation, the families, how children are prepared and how they can face the world out there, not just piece of their life. And also, of course, I would like to maybe appeal to the people who are in the industry, those that are in front of us. I did hear from Mr. Bashiru that the way to link youngsters to the world of maybe work, world of business, world of entrepreneurship is when we have internship. That is very appealing, but what programs are out there that can be linked with the universities so that we introduce our youngsters to the internship? Because we know we send them to internship when they are done with their studies, but they don't have resources. They will say they can go for a week or 2 months, they cannot afford, because they need somebody to sustain them in order for them to do the internship. So what programs are out there, and how can we maybe take advantage of those as they study from year 1 to whatever year it takes for one to complete their degree program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bali. Please send the mic over there. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Alberto Matias from the Department of Mathematics. I have heard from keynote speaker, and all panelists. Na mchango kidogo, context to our country. Kwa tukizungumzia AI, this is the idea of those developed countries to Africans. Sasa, they know what they are doing. We have agriculture, as said by that panelist member. We as a country, what is our strategy? Their strategy is to scope us with those AIs. Sasa hivi hata kama kwenye ndoa una tatizo, ili umwambie I have a problem, you have to Google it. You have to go to AI, what are the solutions to the problem of you and your wife? Where are we as Africans, as all over people, we black, I can say, I'm sorry to say that. We Tanzanians, specifically or particularly. Now, my suggestion, we as a country, we need to have a policy that can guide us on how we can develop our resources so that they can see them as our part of our AI. Kwa hiyo, nafikiri, we need to have a policy, serious policy, to the government, to stakeholders. We are, it's like a symptom at the university. We need to come with something ambayo, we need to do the research, and those research we need to be taken, they need to be taken into consideration, ili tusogee.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you. We have understood it.
Okay, thank you.
Please send them mic there.
Thank you so much. My name is Happiness Mangondi from the Department of Arts and Media Studies. I really appreciate the panelists and the way it has incorporated a lot of sectors within our country. But my question goes to the advocate, and specifically, I was interested when you talked about the way you were able to make the laws in arts and sport. So my question is, how can we really go into that, depending on the kind of artists we have, but also we are producing the artists, the professional artists from the universities right now. How can we really incorporate the laws, entrepreneurship, and the sports and arts within the country? How can we give it more practical and for the industry to be more growing in their predicted future?
Thank you. I think we break here and then we're going to have one more round. I'll give an opportunity for Mr. Emmanuel Tambalike, who has more questions, to respond.
Okay. Nashukuru sana retired dada yangu pale swali lilouliza kuhusiana na tuna program gani
kwa ajili ya kusaidia badala ya kungoja tu kwamba wanafunzi wamemaliza ndio wanakuja kwetu. Kwa kweli hizo program hazipo sasa hivi between the businesses and the universities. Kwa hiyo kwanza kabisa napenda kutoa pongezi zangu kwa university yetu ya UDOM kwa kuanzisha topic hii, maanake sasa ndio inaleta ile linkage. Na ya pili ni kwamba sisi tunahitaji kuwa proactive pande zote mbili, upande wa industries na businesses na upande wa universities management, ili kuweza kulink. Kwa mfano, nilitoa mfano mmoja wa upande wa unesi ambao tayari sisi as Shifa we are ready to sit with UDOM and see how we can link. La pili, tunabahatika Mwenyezi Mungu katupa kiongozi wetu hapa ambaye yupo na katika promote industries na business mbalimbali ambazo they are very very multinational and very huge talent, they require a lot of manpower. Kwa hiyo nitamuomba na yeye pia asaidie katika kuhamasisha hao wawekezaji ambao wanakuja nchini mwetu, wakiwa wawekezaji wa ndani na wa nje, ili waweze kutupa hizi link katika sekta mbalimbali na taaluma mbalimbali pamoja na universities. Na tunapenda kutoa mfano mmoja tu kwamba kuna program moja ambayo inaendelea nchini kwetu ambayo ilinigusa sana. Kuna wanafunzi ambao wanataka kuchukua sekta ya afya kama madaktari au kadhalika. Wanatoka Ulaya, wanalipa pesa na wanalipa kuja Tanzania. Wanakuja katika mahospitali, na hiyo nilikuta taasisi moja inafanya kazi hiyo ya kuwaleta Zanzibar na kuwaleta huku bara pia, walikuja kwetu kuja kutuona. Nia na madhumuni ni yule mwanafunzi aingie tu pale, hagusi chochote wala hajaanza yale masomo yake au taaluma yake, lakini ilikuwa inampa upeo fulani wa kuweza kuchukua decisions, ambayo maamuzi haya yako katika maisha yote. Ndio mfano wetu kwamba unaweza kuta leo mtu amegraduate, ametoka, amekwenda, alafu anapoingia kwenye field anakuta kwamba kuna challenges nyingi, ambayo wengine wanabahatika sasa wanaingia katika mchepuo mwingine, au wengine wanakuwa frustrated. Kwa hiyo kwa kujibu swali lako, we have to be proactive. We need so that we can align, and I think every business would like to be in alignment with expectation of the professionals who are joining us. So the challenge is between us and the universities, and it starts with us and UDOM, and to be particular, it starts with Shifa and my organization and UDOM. Please, Aluta, continue. Nashukuru sana.
Ibidi niandike maswali hiyo jinsi ya sawa.
Kwanza tunaomba nikupongeze chuo cha UDOM kwa sababu maswali yenyewe nayo ni critical thinking.
Mengine mimi majibu sina. Sababu za bit philosophical. Kwa hiyo tutasaidiana kufikiria. Tuko na intellectuals hapa na think tank. Mengine tutaondoka nayo kama homework. Kuna swali la kwanza la dada hawa la our state of mind, especially mental health in the age of digital disruptions. I think one is a very good topic kwa baadhi ya researchers kufanya research. It's a very nice cross-discipline research, kwa maana watu wa mental health na watu wa IT wanaweza wakashirikiana. By the way, the future of the world is cross-discipline. Sio kufanya vitu ambavyo vinafanyika kwenye discipline moja. Kuna a lot of issues, kuna a lot of studies ambazo zimekuwa published. Specifically kwenye impact ya digital media na social media kwenye mental health. Kuna issues za anxiety, kuna issues za depression, kuna issues za low self-esteem
especially kwa vijana ambao ni teenagers. Sasa hii ni kipindi cha social media tu. Vijana hawajikubali, wana wasiwasi, wanaogopa, wana set unrealistic life bars kwa kutumia muda mwingi kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Kuna paper moja ilikuwa published na South Africa ya screen time ya vijana wa South Africa. I think wanasema ni 9 hours out of 24 hours they spend on mobile phone, na wako kwenye productive age ya contribute effectively kwenye uchumi. Sasa wasomi wetu watusaidie wafanye research ya vijana wa Tanzania wanatumia masaa mangapi ya screen time kwa siku. Because these are some of the researches ambazo zita add a lot of value na information kwetu as far as how these technologies are affecting our society. Again, cross discipline. Mtu wa sociology na mtu wa IT washirikiane kwa produce hicho kitu. Itakuwa na impact kubwa sana kwenye mental health. Tayari kwenye advanced economy, especially Europe, ambapo kuna heavy regulation za how AI is being mainstreamed, wanafanya a lot of research na kutunga policies za kugovern, na tayari kuna restrictions za watu kutumia AI kama professional mental advisor, kama daktari kupata feedback, na ukigundulika unafanya hivyo na ni mtu ambaye uko authorized kufanya hiyo kazi kisheria, basi unachukuliwa hatua. Na hapa sasa ndo policy makers na regulators wetu, they have to think on what to do on this side. So these technologies definitely will have impact on our mental health. The key issue is how do we find the balance between the right and the wrong of the technologies. So la pili, will AI make this generation lazier? Again, the answer was sort of beginning very philosophical. Thanks for good question. I think someone else might also decide to say, did mobile phone made us lazy? Kwa mobile phone irahisisha tupande tena basi kwenda Mwangika Sengerema upeleka bahasha ya pesa physically kwa bibi, unatuma tu kwa mobile money. Does it make us lazier? Mbona kwa tunaweza tukadiscuss tukubaliane, are we lazy or not? But I think the critical issue is what I presented. We cannot run away from augmented intelligence, making sure we find the right balance between the human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence without human intelligence, as far as I'm concerned, for you as a human being, as I said, hauna tofauti na kuku. Sio, unaelewa? Kwa hiyo you have to find a way ya balance between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Why do we need artificial intelligence? Not because it's very fancy or something sexy and cool, we all want it. It's because it brings efficiency and productivity. The world will be living tomorrow ni kwamba watu wanataka walitae mapema, wafanye ibada, wakae na watoto wao, wale chakula vizuri, na kila kitu kifanywe na mashine. Sio, umeelewa? So we go back to being human beings at a very disruptive way. Sasa how to do that, we have to find a way to navigate and live with machine. Again, jibu linabaki kwa philosophical. There was also a question on what do we need to do? Nadhani toka kwa Idi, what do we need to do to address issue ya limited resources, especially kwenye zile skills ambazo tumekubaliana, they are critical skills when it comes to shaping the future of how our young people work with machine and continue to remain relevant. We go back to the basics. We go back to the basics. Wafundisheni watoto kutengeneza draft afu wachezee draft waliotengeneza wao wenyewe. Usinunue draft supermarket. Unaelewa? Badala ya kununulia matoi, magari ya kuchezea yale very expensive, waambie tu watengeneze gari lao la popo. Umeona, aweke kibomba cha peni chini na matairi ya ndala. Because those are the basic skills that AI cannot replicate. The ability to think critically, the ability to collaborate, the ability to play and have fun. Robots cannot do that. Their cognitive abilities, will be able to retain them by making them to do what we used to do in 70s, 80s, and 90s. Before 2000, when we started to consume toys and electric tools and give them to our kids. So that's a basic foundation. If we want to do it with a limited resources possible. As far as education is concerned, especially when you did a KKK, kusoma, kuandika na kuhesabu, again, we have to go back to the basics. Tayari kuna a lot of papers zimekuwa published kuhusiana na digital tools na digital tablet zinavyo impact watoto kwenye kusoma na cognitive ability zao.
Saizi tunaona la kwa watoto iPhone 16, mtoto na miaka 4 na iPhone 16 yake si nini, lakini ina impact kubwa sana. Kuna a lot of scientific papers hatari ya kuwapa hizi umri mdogo, wengine wanachelewa kuzungumza, wengine wanashindwa kucollaborate na watoto wengine wadogo darasani kwa sababu ya impact ya kukaa muda mrefu kwenye devices. So let's go back to the basics. So jingine lilikuwa ni nimelipenda sana swali hilo lilouliza, are we forced to choose actually between skills, knowledge and competence at this point in time? Should we only focus on skills, knowledge and competence itaenda wapi? The problem with the world and how it operates is we are at a phase where there's battle between specialist and generalist. Actually, there's a book, I forgot the name, that talks about generalist and specialist, a battle about the live now. Now, what is the face of specialist? Because AI and other emerging technologies, they're becoming specialists in so many sectors. Kwa kwenye sectors ambazo kakaangu Terry pale anaipitia tu document, anaitizama mradi na anamjibu mtu, this project is not viable for Tanzania. Hizo skills za specialists kama hizo zitachukuliwa. Kwa sababu sasa hizi kama una business plan, hata kama ni ya page 800, ukiupload tu kwenye ChatGPT, ukaambia at a BCG level consulting, assess whether this business model makes sense or not. It can give you a deeper insight than any information that you have. Kwa hiyo, what we're trying to say here, the issue sio kukataa knowledge. We need to produce new knowledge. We need to have researchers, we need to have scientists. They need to continue to do research and generate insight. What they should stop doing is to replicate existing knowledge, data, and information, because AI is already doing that at a very nice way, at a faster pace, with amazing millions, trillions tons of data and resources. Go don't continue to do that. Swali la au pointi ya mwisho ya kaka hapo, niliona kaka kati anauliza maswali na anatoa perspective yake kama tufocus zaidi kwenye agriculture na other sectors, baadhi ya sura za watu zikabadilika. Jamani, critical thinking, part of it, why is very important in our community and our society today, is being ready to listen to something you don't want to listen to. That way you have a balanced dialogue. And if in a place like this we cannot have a balanced dialogue, ambapo mtu mwingine anatoa opinion na mawazo yake na wanakuwa comfortable, sasa tutafanya wapi? Maana ndio intellectuals. Kama mnakubali kila kitu zile kuna maana gani? So let's discuss why is it critical to focus on agriculture, on other sector and not AI, and why AI is becoming important. I was reading The Economist. I was in South Africa last week. Their title ya mwaka huu ni The World Ahead 2026. What 2026 looks like and the global geopolitics. Naomba tu ni-remind kwamba anayepambana na AI sio the West peke yake. By the way, China is putting more investment than the West in AI. Na China na analima, na anafanya manufacturing. Angeweza kuamua kusema kwamba AI ni distraction ya watu wa West, mimi nilime tu. Sio, umeelewa? These technologies will shape the future. Will shape every sector as we know it. Nadhani we can remind each other, Oktoba 29 sio zamani sana, tumeona social media na power yake na vitu inavyoweza kufanya kwenye kuchange human perceptions na ability yake ya kutransform societies. And these changes will be there to stay. Sio kama zinakuja na kuondoka. The key issue is, how do we make these technologies work for us, not us working for them? We cannot pretend these technologies are not there. We are not saying people should stop thinking about agriculture, manufacturing, health, education, and only focusing on these technologies. The key issue is, how do we navigate with these technologies? Na ukitaka kujua kwamba these technologies are very important, utaona saizi Marekani anajaribu kusuluhisha sio ugomvi wa Rwanda na DRC. Hayo mapenzi ya Marekani na Rwanda na DRC yametoka, yameanza lini? Sio, umeelewa? But they're looking at things like critical resources, they're looking at natural resources, they're looking at rare earth metals. Anafahamu kakaangu pale Terry, tulikuwa Uingereza, watu wanafanya presentation ya nchi yetu page 360 ambao vitu vingine hata si wenyewe tumejui kuhusiana na Tanzania and what we have. Sio, umeelewa? Rare earth metals, lithium, sio nini, tuko kwenye cobalt belt. So even though kwenye geography sisi wenyewe nchini tunafundishana kweli.
but people knows the values of where we are right now. These technologies, these resources will shape the future. Yes, we love agriculture, but if we have something that will shape the future of the world in terms of our natural resources, should we keep quiet and not pay attention?
Siko pamoja. Kwa hiyo, I think we need to have a very open and fair discussion. Now we shouldn't confuse between
feedback, criticism and insult. Jamii yetu inayo tofauti pia. Kwamba bwana, mkishaanza kuzungumza haraka kuna mtu anachanganya, ukimpa feedback anajua na criticize. Ukimcriticize anajua na insult. Sasa mwezi kuhava balanced conversation, critical dialogue. Kama ukipewa feedback haraka tunahisi unakuwa insulted. Kwa hiyo, let's continue to be intellectuals, let's continue to work together, now let's continue to have productive dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you for the panelists, Mr. Jumanne Ntambalike and Bashir Harun, for the responding to the questions. I'm sorry that I will not be able to take more comments and reflection because of the time. We are supposed to continue with other programs, so this will be the end of our discussion. So I'm very sorry for those who raised their hands, but we have to conclude here. I look at my boss, he is not satisfied, but okay. Yes, I'll give 1 minute for response.
Kuna dada pale ameniuliza swali like how law frames is it possible to integrate law, sports and music, kwa sababu nimesema kwamba most of law frames ziko centered kwenye litigation. Kila wakili ukimuuliza wewe unataka kufanya nini, atakwambia litigation. Nikasema sisi kwenye law firm yetu kwa mfano tuliamua tusifocus zaidi kwenye litigation na tukaamua kuja na vitu vipya na mfano wake miongoni ni kama hivyo, tuliamua kucombine sports and music. Sasa dada anauliza how integration iko vipi kati ya sports and music. Sasa sport and music and laws na integration, kwa sababu kwenye sports and music kuna watu ambao ni stars ambao kuna copyright and intellectual rights zao zinatakiwa kulindwa. Kwa hiyo ukiwa unafanya kazi na watu design hiyo, lazima takuwa tu kazi ya kuhakikisha kwamba haki zake, kwa mfano za picha. Hivi karibuni tuliona kesi ya Jonas Mkude na kampuni ya Moderator, walitumia picha yake pasina mkataba. Tuliona pia kesi ya John Boko aliyekuwa mchezaji wa Simba. Kwa hiyo kuna nafasi nyingi ambazo sheria ina integrate na mambo kama ya music and other parts. Sio kwamba tunaikimbia sheria, instead we are simply expanding the relevance of the law kwa field zingine. Kwa hiyo law kuna pia mambo kama ya contract negotiation. Kwa mfano, wiki iliyopita nilikuwa naongea na manager wa msanii Harmonize ambaye naye ni mwanasheria. Akaniambia wakihitaji wakili kwa ajili ya negotiation ya kwenye masuala ya music distribution digitals kama Spotify, wanaenda kuchukua mawakili Nigeria kwa sababu wanaamini ndo wanauelewa. Wakili wamesha consult law firm 5 Tanzania nzima na wamekosa. Kwa hiyo wanaenda kuchukua mawakili Nigeria. Ndio maana mimi tukaona kwenye law firm yetu ni sehemu ambayo tunaweza kuifanya. Kwa hiyo we are taking online courses about sports and music ili tuweze kuaccommodate. Lakini pia ukifuatilia sasa hivi hata wachezaji wengi wa mpira hawataki tena kuwa managed na accredited agents ambao ndo FIFA na watambua, kwa sababu wengi wao wanakimbilia kuwa managed na wanasheria wakiamini atamsaidia wakati wa dispute, lakini pia hata kazi za agency zinaweza zikafanyika na mtu ambaye ni mwanasheria. You can take the case ya yule ambaye ni manager wa Faisal na Mzize, sio watu ambao wako accredited. Kwa hiyo kuna nafasi kubwa ambao sisi tuna expand, and kama nilivyosema we are trying pia kwenda kwenye investment. Mr. Jerry Taylor anafahamu kuna law firms ambao ziko tu specifically for investment purposes. Kwa hiyo kuna a lot of things that we can do kuliko kuwa tu pale kwenye small cake ambayo ni litigation as lawyers. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Joseph Gideon, for your response. As we come to an end of this panel session, I would like to thank all the panelists for your insights, for all the knowledge you have shared, and for the fruitful discussion that we've had here. I also like to thank the audience for your attention and participation in this panel session. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful progression of other program sessions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we just put our hands together to applause what has taken place here so far?
Thank you very much. I think that is not enough. Let's put our hands together again as a sign of applause what has happened here. Okay, good things have been happening. I think these people are still with us. Our panel speakers are still with us. We can still get time to talk with them, ask questions, and whatever comments that we have. Right now, I would like to call UDOM choir, please. AMS? AMS, may you come to the stage, please. You have not more than 5 minutes for your performance.
Napiga mbiu ndani ya mlima wa Chimwaga, ndio wa kaskazini, kusini, mashariki na magharibi. La mgambo, fikiria kuna jambo. Ndio. La mgambo. Fikiria kuna jambo. Wa kusini, kaskazini, mashariki na magharibi, nyote mnakaribishwa kwa mzee UDOM. Kwa mzee UDOM kwenye shughuli yake. Ndio. Shughuli ni watu. Na watu ndio sisi.
yenu. Jamani, ino mwini.
Sikiliza kaka. Convocation inaweka wahitimu na taaluma tukufu karibu na taasisi yao. Inaonesha mafanikio. Mbali na hapo, inahamasisha kubadilishana mawazo na kujenga ushirikiano katika elimu, ubunifu na maendeleo kwa jamii. Na kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu inasema ujasiriamali kwa ajili ya kesho, kutumia uhusiano wa kitasnia, kukuza ujuzi na kuzalisha ajira.
Maneno kuntu hayo. Maneno kuntu. Hebu shika bwana hii bwana wewe. Sasa nawakaribisha nyote tujumuike pamoja. Hapa mtapata hotuba kuu, maonesho, utoaji wa tuzo, mijadala ya paneli na wasilisho linalohusu masuala ya kitaifa. Na hizi ndo baadhi ya shughuli zinazofanyika katika convocation. Umeona? Unatumia amani kwa ajili ya kesho. Kutumia uhusiano wa kitasnia, kukuza ujuzi na kuzalisha ajira. Kutumia uhusiano wa kitasnia, kukuza ujuzi na kuzalisha ajira.
Jamani, makofi mengi zaidi. Yes, let's applaud them. That's a very good performance. Nilidhani watasahau kumbe.
All right. It's good they have remembered. Okay, because of our time, let's go to our next program. We are now getting into part 2. We have completed part 1 already, and now we want to
get into part 2, and that's the Convocation Annual General Meeting, AGM. And DJ, a soft music, please.
And now, as we get into the convocation annual general meeting, we would like to invite members who will be at the high table and who will lead us in this. And so, without a delay, we would like this time to invite the president of the convocation to come to the front, please. President of the convocation.
The Vice Chancellor, please.
The Secretary of the Convocation. DVC ARC.
And the Director of Internationalization, Convocation and Continuing Education. So now, as we get into this second part of the Convocation Annual General Meeting, I would like now to invite the President of the Convocation to go on with Annual General Meeting. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So we begin our annual general meeting at 12:42, and we aim to finish by 13:42. I would like to start with the preliminaries on the confirmation of the quorum. Secretary? Thank you. Item number 2, if we have any abstentions, with apologies. Thank you. And we present before you 4 agendas. 1, confirmation of the minutes of the 15th AGM. Second, matters arising from the ExCom. Third, receiving donated items. 4th, prizes and awards. And I'd like to believe that group photos will be our conclusion. Are we correct? Thank you. Let us kindly go to item number 2, confirmation of the minutes of the 15th Annual General Meeting. We have the minutes that have 14 pages. Allow me to go page by page so that we have, if there's any observation or any item from members of the convocation. Page number 1, page number 2, page number 3. These are still names of the attendants. Page number 4, and page number 5. It ends at 159 participants. Page number 6 starts with the agenda of the meeting. Page number 7. Page number 8. Page number 9. Page number 10. Page number 11. Page number 12. Page number 13. And page number 14. So this convocation confirms that these are the actual and accurate minutes of the 15th Convocation Annual General Meeting. Let's proceed to item number 3. Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Subject to your permission, let me allow our Secretary to present the matters arising.
Thank you, Secretary of the Convocation. Chairperson of the Convocation, I present matters arising from the 15th Convocation Annual General Meeting, which was held on the 4th December 2024. Issue number 1 is on the progress of the development of the alumni portal. The current status is that the portal has been developed and now is under internal testing with a closed audience, and it is expected to be launched in the 3rd quarter of the financial year 2025-2026. The action required is to note. Item number 2 is on public lecture. It was agreed that a public lecture to be organized jointly between Convocation and UDOM. The Secretariat of Convocation has worked to develop activity, and the budget for this activity for this financial year has been set, and the plan for this lecture is to be held before the end of the 2025-2026 financial year. The action required is to note. The third matter was on the issue of modality of collection of convocation fees. It was directed that a mechanism for collection of convocation fees be put in place. The convocation standing committees developed a proposal on mechanism for collection of the convocation fees, which are in 2 categories: the annual fee and the entry fee. And the proposal for modality of collection, particularly for the annual fee, was that it should be done through direct deductions. And for the entry fee, it should be done when the graduates are doing their clearance form. This proposal was presented to the Senate, seeking approval from the university organs, and the committee was directed to do further consultations, particularly with UDOM as key stakeholders for the annual fee. And these consultations are planned to be conducted in this financial year. The action requested is to note. Item number 4 is on fundraising for students with special needs. The AGM directed the committee and secretary to make follow-up on people who have pledged but were not able to complete pledges. Efforts were made to make follow-up on pledges, but also obtaining new pledges, and these efforts were done jointly by the university and the Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zones Authority, TISEZA, and during this year we were able to raise the pledges and amount collected. The summary is that currently the total pledges are 143.66 million, and the amount that has been collected to date is 123,127,000, which is about 86% of the total pledges. The cash collected, we have cash which is still in the bank and is planned to be used for procurement of some items. This amounts to 37 million, but we have goods that have already been purchased and delivered to the university, which is worth 85 million. More details in terms of the goods that have been obtained will be presented later in the meeting. The request to the AGM is to note. Item number 5, which is the light item, is on UDOM Marathon. Formed that a UDOM Marathon should be organized and used as a fundraising activity. So the convocation standing committees have begun preparations for this marathon and have made propositions in terms of when and how the marathon, and it is currently planned to be held after the mid-semester break, which is 2nd or 3rd week of April. And currently the committee is consulting potential partners and sponsors for this particular event. The request to the AGM is to note. I submit the matters arising from the 15th AGM chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the meeting if there is any observation, any comments, any addition on the matters arising that have been presented to us for noting. Any advice? Yes, please.
just a small issue which actually just needs clarification or to add something on that. Regarding the amount of money which is in the bank account, I think it was reported that this money is planned for buying some items. Some items. What are these items, probably? Will it do any harm to know those items? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I would like to give a clarification. This fundraising campaign aimed to collect 300 million in total, which the calculation of the amount was based on the goods or items that are required or were required at the time the proposal was developed. So there was a list that was provided to procure these items. These included sunscreen lotions, programmed laptops, programmable hearing aids, electronic magnifier, electronic chairs, and artificial limbs for the students. So the money that was obtained, about 85 million, have been used to procure some of the items, and the procured items include, we have 250 sunscreen lotions, we have 18 programmable laptops, we have 11 programmable hearing aids, we do not have electronic magnifiers, we have 3 wheelchairs out of the 3 that were in the proposal, and we have not been able yet to procure artificial limbs. So the money that is remaining, which is 37 million, will be used to procure items that have not been made. And we had a discussion with the unit responsible for taking care of these students, and they proposed that the money should be used to purchase programmable hearing aids, because the number of students who are in need for those facilities is high, and that is of high demand. So those are the items that will be purchased. I submit.
Thank you very much. We proceed to the next agenda. This is matters from the Convocation Executive Committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have one matter, again subject to your permission. Allow the Secretariat to present.
Thank you, Secretary of the Convocation. Chair, I present matters from the Executive Committee. During its 8th meeting, the Convocation Executive Committee received, deliberated, and approved the following matter. Appointment of members of standing committees. Following the Constitution of the University of Dodoma, after electing leaders of the Convocation, the Constitution directs the Executive Committee and gives its mandate to appoint members of 2 standing committees, one on Planning and Finance and the other standing committee on Stakeholders Engagement Committee. So the Executive Committee made the appointment and approval of 10 persons to serve in this role. We have, as they are shown in the table, we have Dr. Amina Mzirai, Dr. Godlove Kware, Dr. Christina Muro, Mr. Vanderin Ngali, Dr. John Rogarabam, Dr. Baraka Mkami, who is the chairperson for Stakeholders Engagement. We have Dr. Patrick Mwalingo, Dr. Esther Masele, who is the chairperson for Planning and Finance, Dr. Ruth Mshana, and Dr. Franco Mbisi. In addition, Chair, the Executive Committee during that meeting, it agreed to add 2 members into the standing committees who are coming outside of the University of Dodoma community, and particularly graduates. So Ms. Zawadi Kanyawana and Mr. Isaiah Silungwe were co-opted as members of the standing committees as part of efforts to engage further the alumni. The request to the meeting is to note.
Thank you. We have noted. Next item.
Thank you, Chairman. The next item is presentation of the donated items. We invite you as a chairman to present.
So the next item on the agenda, Mr. President, is to receive the donated items. As I have already mentioned, what are some of the items that we have received as part of the fundraising campaign. So just as a recap, this campaign began during the 14th AGM, like we are seated today, and it was planned to run for 3 years. So 2 years have passed. We are remaining with 1 year, of which from we have been able to purchase some of these items. And today, Mr. President, we request you on behalf of the convocation and the people who have supported this initiative, including the members of the convocation, but also other friends of the University of Dodoma, we request you to officially handle at least as samples some of the goods that we have already received here at the University of Dodoma to the Vice Chancellor, who will also handle to the beneficiaries. We have selected some of the students who will receive on behalf of the others. But before we do that, Chairperson and members of the convocation, through the Office of the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration and the unit responsible for students with special needs, a plan for distribution of these goods have already been put in place so that soon after today, all that have been selected to receive will be able to receive these goods. I request President, because of our fellows, we go down so that we can do the presentation of these goods. So we have brought samples for all the items that have been purchased. We've submitted this a wheelchair, we have the laptops, programmable hearing aids, as well as the sunscreen. So we'll do a symbolic presentation for each.
Kwa niaba ya CONVOCATION napenda sana kuwashukuru nyote jumuiya ya Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma kwa mchango wa hali na mali na kwa msaada ambao mnatoa kwa ajili ya wenzetu. Tunampongeza sana pia makamu mkuu wa chuo pamoja na timu yake nzima kwa kuwapa kipaumbele wenzetu wenye mahitaji maalum na kuhakikisha kwamba jumuiya ya Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma haiwasahau, inawatunza na kuwasaidia. Na tunakuahidi kama mkuu wa chuo, sisi ambao tumemaliza hapa pamoja na wadau na watumishi wa chuo hiki na watu wote, tutaendelea kwa pamoja na wewe katika jambo hili jema ambalo umewafanyia wanafunzi wako. Asante sana.
President, vijana walikuwa wamejiandaa na makamu mkuu wa chuo kutoa shukrani yao. Naomba tuwakaribishe.
Kwa niaba ya wanafunzi wenzangu, wakati nikitoa shukrani, natamani niwasilishe shukrani kwa njia ya wimbo. Naamini kwamba studio iko tayari kwa ajili ya hilo. Ndani ya moyo. Moyo ndio hujenga taswira ya kutoa, na kutoa kunaleta fikra chanya kwa wale wanaopewa, hali inayojenga kuimarika na kuibuka kwa maendeleo. Wanafunzi wenye mahitaji maalum, tunatoa shukrani za dhati na zenye kutufanya sisi tuweze kuendelea zaidi kitaaluma. Kwa niaba ya wanafunzi wenzangu, ninatoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa CONVOCATION, lakini pia kwa Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma kwa jinsi ambavyo mnaonyesha kujali na kuthamini umuhimu wa watu wenye mahitaji maalum.
Sorry for interruption. Nimeguswa sana nikiwa kama mwalikwa katika hafla hii kwa kitendo hiki ambacho kinaendelea sasa hivi, na nashukuru sana, na naomba mimi pia binafsi kama Shifa Pan African Hospital kuchangia shilingi milioni 1. Na kusifu sana Rais. Kweli naomba kidogo dakika 2, naomba msamaha. Nilipata kumjua Terry muda mfupi uliopita alipochaguliwa kuwa investment center CEO. Nilipoangalia picha yake nikasema huyu kijana mdogo atafanya nini? Kwa hiyo kwa kweli naguswa na kila napochimba na kuona anayofanya. Nafarijika sana, na hii ni kielelezo kizuri kwamba nyinyi nyote mlioko hapa ni mfano bora ambaye sky is the limit na tunaweza kufanya mengi, na sifa zote
hizi zinakwenda kwa viongozi wa UDOM ambaye nimelea kijana huyo
pamoja na wengine. Nasema kwamba hongera sana kwa kweli. Usisahau walimu walipotoka kuanzia primary school mpaka leo, na walimu wengi sana. Hao ndio wanaotutengeneza, usiwasahau. Ni watu wa kawaida ambao wanastahiki kuwa supported in every aspect na kuwa appreciated. Nasema asante sana, muendelee, na tutakuwa Shifa kwa pamoja na UDOM siku zote. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Sasa tuwaombe viongozi wa meza kuu warudi kwenye nafasi zao. Karibu kwa ile documentary iendelee, itakapoishia ndio hapo, tutakapoimalizia ndio hapo hapo. Kuna documentary mfupi tunaweza tukaitizama kidogo. Na wakati huu sasa, we want to continue with our program that will play in the background.
We want to continue with our program, and what comes next now and awards. And this time I would like to call the Director of Undergraduate Studies to join the high table, please. And the committee responsible for this would like the prizes and award round.
And Director of Undergraduate Studies, please, you are welcome to the podium.
Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma UDOM kimekuwa zaidi ya taasisi ya elimu. Kimekuwa nyumbani, kimbilio na tumaini jipya kwa wanafunzi wenye mahitaji maalum. Kwa miaka ya hivi karibuni, idadi ya wanafunzi hawa imeongezeka kwa kasi kubwa mno. Hii ni ishara ya mafanikio, lakini pia ni changamoto kubwa kuwahudumia wote ipasavyo, uchache wa rasilimali na kuhakikisha ndoto zao hazizimwi kwa ukosefu wa vifaa. Licha ya changamoto hizi, Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma hakikusita kupaza sauti kwa niaba yao. Mnamo mwaka 2023, chuo kilichukua hatua ya ujasiri kuzindua kampeni ya fundraising.
Kampeni hii ilianza rasmi mwaka 2023 mwezi wa Novemba. Ilianzishwa kwenye mkutano wa jumuiya ya wahitimu uliofanyika kwa mwaka huo, na dhumuni kubwa ni kuweza kutafuta na kukusanya wadau mbalimbali wakiwemo wajumbe wa jumuiya kuweza kuunga mkono juhudi za Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma za kuhakikisha kwamba elimu inayotolewa kwa wanafunzi wote ni sawia.
Wakati zawadi zinasomwa, wale ambao watakuwa wanapokea tutakuwa tunapandia hapa, alafu tutashukia ngazi za upande ule kule.
Kupitia
sawa tutapandia ngazi hizi hapa nilipo, alafu tutashukia ngazi za upande ule kule. Tutapita, tutapokea zawadi. Kutakuwa na wakati wa nitawaelekeza wale wanaotoa zawadi. Ukishapata zawadi yako, tutakuwa na wakati wa kupiga picha hapo, alafu utaenda utashukia upande ule kule.
Wafanyakazi wa chuo kikuu cha Dodoma.
Thank you very much. So I will be calling upon the names of the awardees for the academic year 2024-2025.
These are the best students, and I will start with the Vice Chancellor's Academic Excellence Award. And this award is offered by the Vice Chancellor. And the target of this award is for the final year undergraduate. The Vice Chancellor's Academic Excellence Award is given to the final year undergraduate student who has attained
an overall highest GPA. And this is
Abdul Karim Chemen Lujuo, who attained a GPA of 4.6.
This student is pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Oriental Languages, BA Chinese, and the awardee will receive a certificate and a cash prize of 1 million shillings. Thank you, Director, for coming.
On behalf.
Another category is for the Directors, Schools and Deans Academic Excellence Award.
And this award is offered by the college principals, institute director, and the school dean. The target of this award is for the final year undergraduate students.
Colleges, principals, schools, deans, and institute director may nominate overall schools,
college institutes, the final year undergraduate students from their respective institutions.
So for a student to qualify for this award, one must have obtained an overall cumulative GPA of not less than 4.4. Where the award is unclassified, the student must have obtained a cumulative average of A, and the awardee will receive a certificate and a cash prize of 500,000 shillings. So I will start with this College of Health and College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and this award goes to Edison Sostenes, who is pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Fine Arts and Design. He attained a GPA of 4.4.
Principals, deans, and directors.
For the College of Business and Economics, we have Baraka Lameki Ntamilyango, who is pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Statistics, and he has a GPA of 4.4.
Another candidate is Yusto Aaron Mwaigisia, who was pursuing Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Statistics, who has attained a GPA of 4.4.
CNMS principal, you come with your student, please, for a photo.
We have a student from the Computer Institute. The same again, Abdul
Karim Chemen Lujuo, who obtained a GPA of
4.6, who was actually pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Oriental Languages, BA in Chinese.
The last candidate in this category is Priska Apendai Hilary, candidate from who was pursuing a Bachelor of Science in Health Information System. He also obtained a GPA of 4.4.
The third categories of the award goes to the Special Interest Group Academic
Excellence Award. And this award will be presented by groups such as Odomasa,
UDOM alumni companies, organization agencies. The interest group may nominate academic prizes at the university, college, school, institute, or director. So this award is again for a final year
and the continuing student, and for the graduate or continuing student, To qualify for this award, one must have at least a GPA of 4, a cumulative GPA of 4. Where the degree is unclassified, the awardee must have obtained at least a cumulative average of B+. Where the award is targeting a specific course subject, the awardee must have obtained at least an A. And the awardee may receive all or either of the following: a certificate and or not a cash prize of not less than 300,000. So to start with, I will start with the college of, I'll start with the award, the category which for the award which are offered by the UDOM. And you start with the College of Humanities and Social Science again. I'll call upon Edson Sostenes, a candidate from the Bachelor of Arts in Design with the GPA 4.4. Is the chairperson of UDOM here? A representative from UDOM to present the award, because this award is specifically for a category from UDOM. Yes. The second, in this category, another code. From the College of Business and Economics, we have Baraka Lameki Ntamiliango, who scored a GPA of 4.4. From the College of Education, we have Petronia E. Nombo, coming from the Bachelor of Education in Science, with a GPA 4.3. Petronia. From the College of Health Sciences and Engineering, we have Paul Twegen Ziga, coming from the Bachelor of Science in Chemical and Process Engineering, who scored a GPA of 4.2. From the College of Natural Science and Natural and Mathematical Sciences, we have Yusto Aaron Waigwisa, coming from the Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Statistics, who scored a GPA of 4.4. Okay. From the College of Informatics and Visual Education, SAIF, we have Frank Mwikabe Nokwe, coming from the Bachelor of Science in Business Information Systems, who scored a GPA of 4.2. From Computer Institute again, we have Abdulkadir Shemen Lujuo, who scored a GPA of 4.6, coming from the BA Chinese. From the Institute of Development Studies, we have Rahima Isa Bushangama, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Project Planning, Management and Community Development, and obtained a GPA of 4.1. From the School of Medicine and Dentistry, we have Francis Dismas Francis, who was pursuing Doctor of Medicine and scored a GPA of 4. From the School of Medicine and Public Health, we have Priska Abedai Hilary, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Health Information Science, obtained a GPA of 4.4. We have another special group in this category. This award coming from the CRB Bank. Is there a representative from the CRB Bank? Yes. Very good.
So these are awards from the special group, which is CRB. And I will start with the best student, overall best student, again, this is Mr. Abdulkadir Chemeni Lujuo, BA Chinese with a GPA 4.6. That is an overall best student. Then coming from the colleges, we have colleges of Humanities of Science again, I call upon Edson Sostenes, BA Finance and Design, 4.4 GPA. From the College of Business and Economics again, Mr. Baraka Lamek Tamiliango with GPA 4.4, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Statistics. From the College of Education, we have again Petronia Inombo with GPA 4.3, pursuing Bachelor of Education in Science. From the College of Food Science and Engineering, we have Mr. Paul Twege Zige with a GPA of 4, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Chemical and Process Engineering. From the College of Natural and Mathematical Sciences, we have Yusto Aaron Mwisia with a GPA of 4.4, Bachelor of Science in Actuarial with Statistics. From science, we have Frankie Mwikabwe Nokwe with a GPA of 4.2, Bachelor of Science in Business Information Science Systems. Again, from Computer Systems, BHIDs, we have Abdulkadir Chemeni Lujuo with a GPA of 4.6. From the Director of Institutes Studies, we have Rahima Isa Mushangama, again, with a GPA of 4. From School of Medicine, I call upon again Dr. Francis Dismas Francis, with a GPA of 4. From the School of Nursing and Public Health, again, Priska Abedai Hillary with a GPA of 4.4. Pursuing Bachelor of Science in Health Information Science. Again, you have a CNMS award. The last category in this special group is that which comes from the capital mine services. Would you please, capital mine, capital drilling, come forward please to present the award. These are our partner coming from the mining industries. And they'll be presenting Best Students Award. So the first category is Best Metallurgy and Mineral Processing Project. So this is a best student who performs best in the final year research project in the metallurgy and the mineral process engineering. He scored an A, and he is going to be awarded a cash prize of 1,200 USD. And this is Mr. Martine Petro 7. For the mining engineering, we have a best mining engineering project. Again, this candidate scored an A and is going to be awarded 1,200 USD. And this is none other than Mr. Nasib Riyadh A.
And the last category for this prize, which are offered by CMS, is for an overall best student in the mining and mineral processing. And this best student is Mr. Alphonse Ivan Yolari, who scored a GPA of 4 and is going to be awarded 1,200 USD. So this is the best student among the two bachelor degrees. Best student. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Capital Mine.
Thank you very much. That's all from the Directorate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we would like to allow the item members to take their seats. And now, according to our program, we are going to have some group photos. And I would like to invite the keynote speaker, please, to join the members of the high table. And we are going to have some groups. The first group photo will be the high table plus UDOM management in the sense of principals, directors, and heads of departments who are here with us. And the second will be the high table plus speakers, panel speakers who
have been with us today. I'm sorry, I wanted the keynote speaker. I will call you for the photo, please. Yes. It's okay.
So, UDOM management, please. Principals, deans, directors. Let's come and we shall stand at the back.
Then panel speakers should get prepared. That will be our next thing. Panel speakers should be prepared. And we shall all come up through these stairs and we shall go down through those stairs there. Panel speakers should
get ready.
And then we have donors of the items that have been presented today, donors of the kits that have been presented today. Those donors should get ready. But we have, the next one will be sponsors. Prize givers should be ready. Panel speakers,
these panel speakers, our presenters today. Let's go for the group photo. Donors of the items that have been presented here today, we should get prepared.
Donors of the items that have been presented today here. Donors who donated those items should get prepared, and then sponsors. The prize givers should be ready. donors, they are the same. Prize givers, sponsors who have been involved in giving different prizes today, please let's all come.
Prize givers, I remember there was CRDB, CMS,
and others. UDOMASA leaders should get prepared. UDOMASA leaders should get prepared. UDOMASA leaders. Then we shall have representative of students with the special needs. Representative, I know we can't all of us come, but representatives. Those who can come to the stage, please, let's get prepared. UDOMASA leaders, UDOMASA, please. UDOMASA, let's walk up for the photo. Representatives from students with special needs. Let's walk up. And then UDOM alumni, especially, I know those are many, but those who are currently not working with UDOM, are outside working elsewhere, UDOM alumni, please, let's get prepared. And then the organizing committee should get ready. UDOM alumni, wapo wa kutosha tu. Organizing committee, convocation organizing committee, convocation organizing committee, convocation organizing committee. Alafu kutakuwa na picha ya mwisho ambayo haikuwa kwenye utaratibu, lakini itakuwa ni ya upendeleo. Nitawaambia ni picha gani ambayo watu wengi wa convocation organizing committee naona wana hizo sifa, kwa hiyo watabaki hapo kwa ajili ya hiyo picha. Picha yetu ya mwisho ambayo haikuwa sana kwenye utaratibu, kama tu umevaa suti ambayo sio kachumbari kama ya kwangu. Yaani umevaa tu suti ambayo sio kachumbari, tupande juu. From wherever you are, umevaa tu suti ambayo sio kachumbari kama ya kwangu. Let's walk up. Organizing committee mnaniangusha. Mbona suti zenu zipo tu? Yaani unajua tu umevaa suti ambayo sio kachumbari hivi. Let's walk up. From wherever you are. Yaani umevaa tu suti. Alafu isiwe kachumbari. Ukiwa wengi sana nitagawanya mara mbili. Piga picha utatuambia. Okay, wakuu wa idara waliopo naomba tuje kwa ajili ya picha. Wakuu wa idara wote naomba tuje kwa ajili ya picha ya mwisho. Wakuu wa idara tuliopo naomba haraka tuje kwa ajili ya picha. Heads of departments. Heads of departments, please. Heads of departments. Only heads of departments. That's heads of departments. And that marks the end of the group photo exercise. This time, I would like to allow members of the high table. You are now free to leave. Naomba tusimame wote. Ukumbi mzima naomba tusimame. Basi tuwapige makofi members wa high table wanapotoka ukumbini. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana, tunaweza tukakaa. Dr. Lulu.
Jamani, naomba tusubiri kidogo na wapo utaratibu.
The different sponsors that we have had here, please, CMS, CRDB, and other sponsors who were involved in giving prizes, please. Naomba tupandie ngazi hizi tutoke mlango ule pale.
Then what next now is lunchtime.
Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma UDOM kimekuwa zaidi ya taasisi ya elimu, kimekuwa nyumbani.
Sasa tutatumia mlango ule pale na mlango huu kutoka.
Kwa miaka ya hivi karibuni
tutapata asha zitatuelekeza
imeongezeka
hapo juu mahali ambapo tutakwenda kupata chakula. Tutaanza kutoka principals na directors, deans na heads of department. Nitaomba watutangulie kutoka principals, deans and directors. Ikiwapendeza tupande ngazi tutoke mlango ule pale juu kwanza.
Akikusita kupaza sauti kwa niaba
principals, deans, directors, heads of department. Ninaomba tutangulie
kuzindua kampeni ya fundraising.
Kampeni hii ilianza rasmi mwaka 2023 mwezi wa Novemba. Ilianzishwa kwa mkutano.
Tuwe na amani, wote tunakwenda kwenye chakula.
Na dhumuni kubwa ni kuweza kutafuta kusanya wadau mbalimbali kuweza kuunga mkono juhudi za Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma za kuhakikisha kwamba elimu inayotolewa kwa wanafunzi ni sawia, hata kwa wale wenye mahitaji maalum kupata uwezo na nafasi ya kujifunza sawa na wanafunzi wasio na mahitaji maalum. Na kupitia kampeni hii tumepata vifaa mbalimbali kwa sasa ambavyo tunaweza kukabidhi vikaanza kutumika na wanafunzi. Utawaambia na wenzako. Tumepata hivi vifaa kupitia michango ya wadau mbalimbali. Kwanza kabisa,
wengine naomba tutolie tunaomba utaratibu.
Timu, wafanyakazi wa Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma na hata wanafunzi wa Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma. Lakini tumepata fursa ya kushirikiana na taasisi ya TSEF, Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Authority, ambayo mkurugenzi mtendaji wa taasisi hii ni mhitimu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma katika sehemu ya kuangalia namna ya kurudisha fadhila nyumbani katika chuo mama. Aliweza kushirikiana na Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma kutafuta wadau mbalimbali ambao waliweza kujitolea na kuweza kufanikisha kupatikana kwa vifaa hivi. Kampeni hii ilianza ikiwa na lengo la kutafuta milioni 300 na zote ni kwa ajili ya kununua vifaa vya wanafunzi hao. Mpaka sasa tumefikisha kukusanya kiasi cha shilingi milioni 143
kutoka kwa wadau walioguswa na simulizi hizi. Vifaa mbalimbali vya kujifunzia vilianza kupatikana, vifaa ambavyo si chuma wala plastiki peke yake, bali ni funguo ya maarifa, ni mwanga wa matumaini.
Tayari tumeshapokea viti mwendo au wheelchair 3 ambazo ni advanced electronic wheelchair, lakini pia tumepokea kompyuta laptop kwa ajili ya wanafunzi wenye changamoto ya uoni na wale wenye changamoto ya viungo hasa wasioweza kuandika. Ila pia tumepokea mafuta maalum sunscreen lotion 250 ni kwa ajili ya wanafunzi wenye ualbino. Lakini pia tumepokea wanaita shime sikio hearing aids. Hii ni kwa ajili ya wanafunzi wenye changamoto ya usikivu. Hivi vifaa tumepokea vifaa 11. Ni gharama sana, ni programmable. Kwa hiyo mwanafunzi yoyote ambaye ana changamoto ya usikivu anaweza kutumia hiki kifaa, ila kwa ushauri wa daktari.
Vifaa hivi vitaboresha mazingira ya kujifunza, vitaongeza kasi ya uelewa na vitawawezesha wanafunzi hawa kushindana kwa haki na wenzao. Kupitia matumizi sahihi ya vifaa hivi, chuo kinaamini kuwa hakuna ndoto itakayocheleweshwa wala uwezo utakao.
Naomba staff wote wa UDOM, staff wote waliopo, naomba tupande juu, tutaelekezwa kufea kwenda. Kuna zaidi ya kufea mbili.
Kuna sehemu nyingine ungefika ingekuwa ni shida kufanya
staff wa UDOM, naomba
mahali hapa ni pazuri, panasaidia mimi kuweza kufikia ndoto zangu kutokana na
tutatokea mlango
huu ya kutosha.
Sikutarajia kwamba nikifika UDOM
tokeni mlango huu
watu wanagaiwa wheelchair, wanagaiwa vitu vya kuwasaidia kuweza kusikia. Yaani shoti nimefurahi sana kwa sababu hii ni nafasi ya kipekee sana ili mwanatulie sisi watu wenye mahitaji maalum.
UDOM choir tutajoin nyuma ya staff.
Vifaa tunaahidi kwamba tutavitumia vizuri na vitatusaidia pia kwenye masomo yetu.
Leo chuo kikuu cha Dodoma UDOM kimeendelea kuwa kimbilio la wanafunzi wa mahitaji maalum.
UDOM choir tutajoin nyuma ya staff,
bali kwa sababu ya huduma bora, moyo wa kujali na mshikamano wa wadau. Safari bado ni ndefu, mahitaji bado ni mengi, lakini kila mchango mdogo au mkubwa ni hatua ya kuandika historia ya kujifunza. Jiunge nasi, changia, badili maisha. Langu jina ni Robert Mauya, mpaka wakati mwingine. Bye bye.
Marota Kovish. Wanafunzi ambao tupo tutajoin nyuma ya kwaya. Najua nafasi sio kubwa sana, kwa hiyo tutaangalia tu space, tusisongamane sana. Tutajoin nyuma ya kwaya.
Maana wakati mwanamkaje huyu msaidiane.
Na mesi nikastop.